Han Fei walked to the edge of the Empyrean waterfall. When he passed Yu Ye's place, he found that the girl was whistling and gardening. Yu Yi put on a brilliant smile and greeted Han Fei. How did it go? Did you concede? Han Fei was lost for words. What do you mean by concede? Hey. Do you know who wields a rod best at the Empyrean waterfall? Yu Yi smiled casually. Old Du, undoubtedly. He lives right behind you. Shire's place. Huh? Are you going to challenge him? Han Fei smiled. Yes. My hands are itching after the recent breakthrough. Yu Yi suddenly asked, I'm told that your phantom glass wings are pretty. Are they? Han Fei's lips twitched. I'm not a big yellow fish. Don't just look at me. Hey. After chit-chatting with Yu Yi for a while, Han Fei went straight to Wu Ming, who was sitting on a rock. Seeing Han Fei, Wu Ming opened his eyes and looked at him casually. Congratulations. Han Fei smiled and said, Can I interest you with another battle? Wu Ming's eyes shined. Of course. Ning Jingyao, who was still far away, suddenly shouted, Hey, hey, hey. Han Fei, you already fought Wu Ming once. Shouldn't it be our turn? Han Fei turned his head back. Don't be hasty. One at a time. Hiss. A lot of people secretly gasped. Was Han Fei implying that he would challenge each and every one of them? Someone was delighted. I like his personality. Should a man really stay home without fighting? I love battle and hot blood. Immediately, someone left the house and leaned against the wall. Someone sat on the roof, and some squatted on the road like the rogues from the countryside. Some people simply scanned the battlefield with their senses. Han Fei's plan was to find out the most suitable technique for him as a hidden fisher through battles. Or rather, Han Fei was going to comprehend every battle technique he knew. It would be great even if he could only fully grasp one move in every technique. Han Fei stepped into the 300-meter radius domain of swords without hesitation. Wu Ming laid his hands on his sword. Instantly, a storm of swords was moving towards him. At some point, Han Fei had taken out a kitchen knife. Clink. 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 Clink, Inside the domain of swords, Han Fei moved and slashed fast against the swords. His terrifying movement technique was best revealed when he twisted his body in an inhuman way. However, it was impossible for Han Fei to dodge the infinite swords no matter how fast he was. Clang. Clang. Clang, Starting from the 10th second, after Han Fei pressed for 100 meters, he was hit by more than 10 swords every second. However, Wu Ming's eyes slightly contracted when the first sword hit Han Fei. He mumbled, What a hard body. Han Fei was still cutting the swords and moving forward slowly but surely. When he was 100 meters away from Wu Ming, he unleashed dozens of blurry shadows and dashed at a dazzling speed. At that moment, many people who were watching the show with a smile dropped their smile. Ning Jingyao became solemn. He's not practicing. He's improving his movement technique. On the other hand, he wants to find out his limits through Wu Ming. Li Luoluo had dashed close to and sat on Ning Jingyao's rooftop. She pouted her cheeks. Does he think we're whetstones? Someone smiled casually. It isn't our turn yet. But I think it's his plan. However, Wu Ming benefits from the battle too. If he does encounter someone as hard and fast as Han Fei in his domain of swords. Someone shook his head. If he does, Wu Ming would have attacked immediately, instead of waiting for so long. This is the consequence of him having Han Fei's food last time. He found it inappropriate to attack Han Fei so quickly. But this isn't bad. We can see Han Fei's potential. Han Fei's body was moving. He began to use all the footstep techniques based on the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. Although he couldn't completely avoid or resist the swords, he wasn't really anxious. He knew that Wu Ming wasn't worried either, because the domain of swords was only attacking automatically and he actually hadn't taken any action yet. 64 dimensions? Han Fei knew that it was possible to simulate all kinds of body movement techniques with the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. However, he forgot that the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance had 64 unconventional changes by itself. And if they were all carried out, Pucci! Han Fei blurry shadows appeared in the sword domain one after another, only to be shattered by the swords. However, there were more and more blurry shadows, until the swords couldn't attack them simultaneously. Huh? Someone asked in surprise. Han Fei's blurry shadows are dodging the swords. 2. Someone was confused. Wait, those blurry shadows can be easily recognized. Is it really necessary to let them dodge the swords? Suddenly, someone said, no, Han Fei is trying to switch among the blurry shadows. Yu Yi mumbled, he's moved another 50 meters forward. There's only a dozen or fewer swords that hit him each second. About 5 minutes later, Wu Ming suddenly said, I'm running out of spiritual energy. Take this. Then, Wu Ming drew his sword, and a dazzling cold light flashed like a lightning bolt. When the sword came to him, Han Fei quickly retreated and slashed it 23 times in a row with the blood-drinking knife. Eventually, Han Fei put on a smile and used the draw technique to collapse Wu Ming's attack. Wu Ming was slightly surprised. You found a flaw in my attack? Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and pointed his finger, filling spiritual energy into Wu Ming's body. More or less. Your attack was very powerful, but it was too fast. Wu Ming frowned. Isn't speed always the greatest weapon? Han Fei thought for a moment and explained, yes, and no. You'll surely win if you fight those slower than you. But to those faster than you, your sword does not have enough supportive power because it's too fast. As long as the sword light at the outer layer is destroyed, your attack won't be a threat at all. Wu Ming slightly nodded. Not bad. You can come again. Han Fei turned his head and looked up at Ning Jingyao. You want to play with your knife? Ning Jingyao grinned. Of course. Li Luoluo exclaimed and said, Ning Jingyao, fight in the sky, not here. Someone added, yes, go to the sky. Don't fight down here. Han Fei? Someone said, Ning Jingyao is too destructive. If he fights on the ground, we're going to have to repair the roads later. Han Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. Is the guy really so powerful? Ning Jingyao chuckled. You're just exaggerating. I'm a calm and reliable man. You're reliable? Just go up there. Without further explanation, Ning Jingyao opened his wings and soared to the sky until he was at an altitude of 500 meters. Hula! Han Fei grinned and unfolded the phantom glass wings. He flapped them and rose to the sky too. Someone asked in surprise, are they the phantom glass wings? Yu Yi smiled. They're so beautiful, even more beautiful than my flowers. Li Luoluo lay on the rooftop and looked at the sky. They're indeed beautiful. However, since Han Fei is practicing, he probably won't use the phantom glass. Wing's abilities. What a shame. Yu Shire looked up at the sky enviously with a bowl in his hand. In the sky, Ning Jingyao smiled and said, "The technique I practice is called Star Demon Saber. In fact, it's best if you come to me at night, but it doesn't mean I'm weak during the day." Han Fei thought for a moment. "I have the draw technique and the 10,000 knives in one." Then, Han Fei extended his hand towards the Empyrean waterfall. The Empyrean waterfall was shrouded in mist and wasn't short of water. Han Fei could use the water as his blade. He intended to abandon the million knife art, which cost him too many weapons. It was unrealistic for him to develop a million knives. Even if he could, it would still be a serious problem to maintain and upgrade those blades. So, it wasn't a bad thing to just give it up immediately. He reached for the mist and gathered a water blade simply in order to cover up the infinity water. To some extent, the blade that Han Fei transformed from the infinity water was as powerful as an ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed spirit. It was evident that the infinity water could unleash the power above that of a semi-divine weapon or even a divine weapon in the future. Ning Jingyao didn't care. Whoever his opponent was, he would crush them with one attack. If one attack didn't work, then two. If two didn't, three. My hands reach for the sun, the moon, and the stars. Ning Jingyao's voice quickly changed, and the illusion of a long saber gathered around him. He held the long saber with both hands and rose, and a crazy wind was blowing with dazzling and terrifying brilliance. Then, the long saber was stabbed right at Han Fei. Shoot! Is this guy insane? Han Fei was stunned. He had never seen anyone who would launch a 100-meter-long saber at the beginning of a battle. The attack was almost as powerful as the one Wu Ming just launched. Magnificent, weird, and horrifying. Unlike the swordsmen, those who use sabers were usually tough and straightforward. This straight slash, for example, stirred everybody's mind. Han Fei gave up the 10,000 knives in one and drew out the blood-drinking knife instantly. He focused his mind and spirit on the weapon and slashed upwards. Clang. The collision raised echoes under the waterfall. Each of the echoes carried a wave of air. Circles of light flashed in the sky. The Empyrean waterfall was twisted. On the top of the Empyrean waterfall, in the middle of the raging water, Chen looked at the collision that was as brilliant as the sun and mumbled in shock, "These two guys are truly brutal." Han Fei realized that he underestimated the people at the Empyrean waterfall. At this moment, he also realized that those people who had been exiled here to watch over the big turtle were all expected to become law enforcers. How could anyone who had the potential to become a law enforcer be weak? Wu Ming, for one, could launch infinite swords while standing still. Ning Jingyao was also very brutal. His saber could slash the air and the waterfall apart. Of course, everybody knew Ning Jingyao's expertise and had witnessed it before. However, nobody had seen Han Fei's unrestrained performance before. He fully carried out the art of invincibility and the draw technique. In the end, the saber unleashed a dazzling golden aura, and the 3-meter-long saber stopped 3 meters before Han Fei. The draw technique landed on the long saber from the head to the end. Ning Jingyao grinned. "The starlight is infinite." As Ning Jingyao roared, starlight was flashing all around him, and one saber was condensed after another. They chopped Han Fei crazily. There were as many sabers as the stars in the sky. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. Wu Ming was quite grave. Ning Jingyao is getting the hang of this move. Du Jianglu looked up at the sky with a rod in hand. He's a lunatic. Yu Shire subconsciously sipped the fish soup and said, those two guys are both so awesome. I envy them. Li Luoluo looked at a shadow far away. I don't think the Dark Hunter Legion stands a chance. If he can fight Ning Jingyao without losing, it's only natural that he beat the Dark Hunter Legion. The man didn't reply, but he slightly nodded. Han Fei saw that Ning Jingyao's face was full of madness. He finally realized why other people didn't allow the guy to fight on the ground, because the guy could have easily razed all the houses in the area. Looking at the swords in the sky, Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed his finger. 10,000 knives in one. Voila! Tides seemed to be surging from the sky, and countless water blades burst out. In the blink of an eye, starlight and tides were raging above the Empyrean waterfall, and thousands of weapons collided. The saber aura is coming from the altitude of 500 meters to the ground. Yu Yi was the first to change her expression. She rose and released a swirling net. She shouted at the sky, you too, fight at a higher altitude. Yu Yi looked down at the flowers in her yard, feeling lucky that she didn't go too far away, or there might have been dire consequences. The two men moved higher and higher. Clang. Clang. Clang, underscore. Hundreds of ripples were spread out in the sky, and the two men fought heatedly. Someone dashed close from far away, only to discover that it was just a practice between two natives of the Empyrean waterfall. He was rendered speechless, as the blast of the practice had spread hundreds of kilometers away. Someone secretly hoped that the lunatics of the Empyrean waterfall could be all driven out of the scattered stars island for fighting and causing trouble. All the time. When the water and the light cut each other, Han Fei and Ning Jingyao already collided. In the head-on clash, Ning Jingyao's disadvantage was revealed. He didn't have fancy movement techniques as Han Fei did, so he was cut multiple times. Han Fei actually had disadvantages too. His movement was instantly fast, but Ning Jingyao could create sabers anywhere as long as there was light with his technique. So, he too was cut again and again. At this moment, Han Fei's other advantage was revealed: his skin was too thick for him to be hurt. Ning Jingyao was rendered speechless. How could he win the battle in such a case? Enough, I'm done fighting you. Ning Jingyao cried out in depression, and the starlight and the tides in the sky finally disappeared. By the time they landed, their clothes had all been ruined. Ning Jingyao was lost for words. How did you develop such a hard body? I can't break you with the power of a junior hidden fisher at all. How can I beat you? Han Fei chuckled. I couldn't hurt you either. Ning Jingyao pulled his ragged sleeves and revealed his arm that was full of blood marks. You didn't hurt me? I would have been killed by you if my level weren't much higher than yours. Li Luoluo nodded. That's right. So, Han Fei actually won the battle, because his body is harder. Ning Jingyao wasn't bothered. He laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Would there be any fun if you don't have any true opponents? Immediately, someone sneered. Ning Jingyao, do you feel that you're invincible? Should we practice with each other? The man who talked had a grim face. He watched the drama at Yushire's place. And his house was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle by chance. He couldn't have felt worse. Ning Jingyao glanced at the collapsed house and chuckled. Hey, old Wu, your house was dilapidated in the first place. This is a great chance to rebuild it. Let's cut off that tree together. Humph. Han Fei stretched out his arms and glanced at a tall and strong man, who was waiting for him excitedly with a rod in his hand. Han Fei stared at him. Should we practice? The man nodded. Spirit gatherers do have abundant spiritual energy. You're still capable of fighting after 2 consecutive battles. Someone said quickly, wait, you should practice in the sky too. Yi suddenly said, Du Jianglu, don't use the fiery polar stick. The man chuckled. Don't worry. I won't hurt your precious flowers. I'll just use the shadowless lightning. Han Fei quickly stopped him. Hey, wait a minute. As a matter of fact, I'm not good with sticks. We can practice anywhere. No. A lot of people shouted at the same time. You can practice anywhere? Do you think we don't have to rebuild houses if they're collapsed? Ning Jingyao asked in surprise, Han Fei, you're going to use a stick? Do you know any stick techniques? Han Fei thought that he certainly had to learn a stick technique for the needle, the sea-quelling bizarre treasure that he possessed. In fact, he didn't want to challenge the man at all. He planned to go back and deduce a few stick techniques first before he fought Du Jianglu. However, Du Jianglu had focused attention on him for a long time. If he backed off, the man would think that he was scared. A moment later. In the sky. _bam. Bam. Bam, _. Crack, _. Thunder was rumbling, and Han Fei was whipped so hard that he felt his head was dizzy. Enough. I have to go back and train more. Du Jianglu shook his head speechlessly. What's your stick technique? It's no better than a demon-level technique. Han Fei landed and recalled the phantom glass wings. I simply wanted to taste how awesome your stick technique was. Don't worry. I'll come back to you a few days later. I was too tired to carry out my full strength against you today. Poochie. Someone was amused, and Li Luoluo said, Han Fei, are you only fighting the soul warriors? Do you not consider the hunters, Sister Yu Ye's methods of manipulation, and use Shire's armor? Han Fei chuckled. Not today. I'm honing my battle techniques. I don't have time for anything else. Someone shook their head. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, they all went home. They already had enough fun. They acknowledged Han Fei's capabilities. A man who could enter Xiao Zhou's yard, obtain the phantom glass wings, enter the domain of swords, and clash with Ning Jingyao could definitely be regarded as an insane monster. As for Han Fei's horrible stick technique, it was automatically ignored by everybody. When Han Fei returned home, he found that Jiuyin Ling was smiling at him at the door. Han Fei felt nervous and speechless. Why are you smiling here instead of shopping? Jiuyin Ling blushed because of what Han Fei said. I'm just here to check on you. Han Fei shook his head with a sigh. I'm fine, but there's still a lot of things to do. I have to practice more on stick and body techniques. It seems that there's still a long way to go before I can be called a heavenly talent. Jiuyin Ling. Big Yellow walked to them and squinted at Han Fei. I hate braggers the most. You're scaring off my fish. Han Fei threw a big, 20-meter-long fish that was full of tusks to the ground. Pick and eat it. I'm exhausted. Meow. In fact, Han Fei had treated the cat extra nicely, because it was the first cat he had seen in this world. In fact, he had never seen any other land animals except the cat. So, Han Fei somehow sympathized with the cat after meeting it, as if he had met a good friend in a different place. Changing his clothes, he rose to the sky and flew to the West City. On a hill not far away from the Path of Giants, the sun was shining over the golden beach underneath the hill. Occasionally, unknown creatures craned their heads on the surface and then dove into the water. Zhang Xuanyu was seated at the edge of the hill, next to a young girl. They were appreciating the sea. Zhang Xuanyu was talking elaborately. When I was a fishing master and my family was crushed by my enemies, I had to leave my hometown. I remember the brilliant sun I saw above the sea. At that time, I hoped that I could find someone who could soothe me with her warm arms. After I met you, I remembered my feelings again. The girl shyly turned her head aside. Oh, really? Of course. My heart is as warm and passionate as the sun. Don't move. There's something on your eyelashes. Let me clean it for you. Zhang Xuanyu. When they were very close to each other, someone shouted from the sky, and the girl jumped off the hill and ran far away, covering her face. Zhang Xuanyu quickly shouted, "Hey, don't go. There's really something on your eyelashes." However, the girl had already run away. Zhang Xuanyu burst into fury. Han Fei, you son of a ch, how many times have you ruined my business? Han Fei landed from the sky and glanced at the girl who was running away. You are a fraud. What can you do, except trick the gullible girls? Zhang Xuanyu snorted angrily. That was a critical moment. Couldn't you have waited for a moment? Never mind. Didn't you go to catch a wind sky wing? Why are you back already? Stick technique? After Han Fei told him why he was here, Zhang Xuanyu looked at him weirdly and asked, why are you suddenly studying a stick technique? Han Fei, don't you think you're studying too many techniques? You should focus. Han Fei replied with a smile, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. If everything goes as I plan, I may create my own battle technique someday. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glittered. You've thought it through? That is the right approach. In fact, Han Fei had this feeling when he made a breakthrough to be a hidden fisher. To be a hidden fisher meant to find a path. So, no matter how many techniques he practiced, none of them would be what he really depended on. In such a case, he was free to learn anything. It was even possible that secondary battle techniques could offer him inspiration. Han Fei said casually, just tell me what's suitable for me. I don't have too many demands, except that the techniques have to be tough, with a powerful outburst. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. If you want my moment technique, you could have just told me. Han Fei laughed. Why would I want your moment technique? I want a legitimate stick technique that can be used both in offense and defense, with a lot of variations. Your moment technique obviously doesn't meet my requirements. Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, what about the 9-layered waves in the Furious Sea? Forget it. It doesn't meet your requirements either. Let me see. Pondering for a moment, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly became frustrated. I'm done. thinking, I'll just give all of them to you. Then, Zhang Xuanyu sat on the ground and took out 100 stick techniques. To Han Fei's shock, the guy picked the techniques and started commenting. Well, this one is Azura Demon Stick. It's demon level, high quality, with a lot of weird and unpredictable variations. This is the Sky Upholding Stick. It's heaven level, low quality. It's more focused on offense than defense. This is the Horizontal Sky Stick technique. It's heaven level, low quality. It's extremely swift, but it's not aggressive enough. This one is the Glittering Lock Stick. It's also heaven level, low quality. It's great except for its lack of power. Han Fei was dazzled when Zhang Xuanyu picked out a dozen techniques. Han Fei was about to turn him down when he remembered that he could synthesize them, so he said straightly, I'll take all of them. You can keep talking to your girl. Wait a minute. Who am I going to talk to now that you've scared her away? Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei and said, Did you really get your wings from a level 63 Wind Skywing Soul King? Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu's shoulder. Where else do you think they came from? Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. Never mind. I'll just wait for a few more days. Aren't you going to the Sea of Pearls? Do you want to wait for us to go with you? Although Lu Renkuang just became a peak-level hanging fisher, he has a great foundation and needs another trip. Xiaobai is free. I intend to get some credit points on the sea to be promoted to 6 stars. Han Fei suddenly said, Hey, wait, don't you only have 5 stars? How can you set sail? Zhang Xuanyu snorted. I can lead a team to go out. I can lead a team of 10 people with 5 stars, but I can't go further than 3,000 kilometers. Han Fei asked, What about me? I'm already a 6-star slaughterer. Can I take you out? Knowing that he had to see Jiuyin Ling if he returned to the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei didn't want to go back anymore. Laying his hand on Han Fei's shoulder, Zhang Xuanyu said, Never mind, we won't go with you. When Lu Renkuang and I become hidden fishers, let's go to the Sea of Pearls together. Don't you need to practice these stick techniques? You can do that while Lu Renkuang and I are out. Han Fei knew that nothing could possibly stop them in a range of 3,000 kilometers, so he became relaxed too. Okay, be safe. I'm going to the central city. Han Fei had never been to the central city before. He only knew that the best stuff and the strongest people were all gathered in the central city. The cities in the 4 cardinal directions all seemed prosperous, but the items in those places were generally for those who had 6 or fewer stars. However, the central city had a smaller population, who all had more than 6 stars. To gain 6 stars, they had to be at least peak-level hanging fishers. If not hidden fishers. Anybody from the central city could be nominated as main characters on the defensive lines. They could even serve as deputy commanders. Boats weren't allowed to fly above the central city. There were 4 gates to the central city. Han Fei had come from the west part of the city, so he came through the western gate. The city wall wasn't too tall, and was made of black undersea rocks. The arched gate looked no different from the city gates that Han Fei remembered. Nobody was watching over the city gate. Through the magnificent passage underneath the gate, Han Fei had just entered the city, when he noticed that 2 old men were playing fish dragon cards in a corner. The 2 old men didn't even bother to look at Han Fei. There were 2 plates of snacks on the stone table. Han Fei couldn't tell how strong the 2 old men were, but he knew that they were definitely stronger than him. Since they ignored him, there was no need for him to greet them, so he simply went to the logistics division in the city. After Han Fei left, one of the old men asked, "Is he Han Fei who acquired the Wind God Pearl? He doesn't look bad." The other old man picked a dried fish and put it into his mouth. "Well, I was told that Jiuyin Ling became a law enforcer because of him. He's a capable young man, except that he's also reckless and disobedient." The first old man suddenly took out 4 identical cards. "Boom. Give me your money." The central city was in the same style as the other cities, although there were many passers-by on the street. Han Fei only found 9 counters in the logistics division. There couldn't have been more than 200 people who were looking for resources. 200 wasn't a small number at all, as all the 200 people were hidden fishers and stronger. Counting the passers-by on the street and the people in other shops, Han Fei had seen more than 1,000 hidden fishers. No wonder the 10,000 Demon Valley never dared to wage a total war. The thousands of hidden fishers can totally turn the sea around the scattered Stars Island upside down. When Han Fei walked into the logistics division, many people who were chatting stopped and glanced at Han Fei. As if he didn't sense them, Han Fei walked straight to a counter and said, "I would like a seal technique." In fact, there would be a lot of stick techniques available here, but Han Fei didn't want to waste his money on those. After all, the techniques wouldn't be as good as Zhang Xuanyu's, who had bought those techniques to create one of his own, so he had definitely picked the best techniques. Instead of spending the money here, he might as well go to Zhang Xuanyu and talk to him. The girl who received Han Fei was only a peak-level hanging fisher. One of her arms was gone. She must have been specially admitted to the central city because of the heavy wound in battle. She said with a smile, "Please show your waist tag." A moment later, the girl quickly gathered a manual of items and gave it to Han Fei. "You can choose the items here, or in the lobby where you can find chairs." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." He sat down in the lobby with the manual and opened it, only to find that it had 30 pages, with introductions to 8 seal techniques on each page. Han Fei simply ignored the seal techniques underneath the demon level. Unparalleled Soul Seal, Demon Level, Mid-Quality. Introduction: This is a seal technique that attacks the soul. It's extremely hard to cultivate, so it's lowered to demon level, mid-quality. It can shake the enemy's soul and stun them. Price: 120,000 credit points. White Cloud Divine Seal, Demon Level, High Quality. Introduction: It contains the power of clouds and water and is suitable for battles in the sky. You can carry out the power beyond the seal technique with the power of clouds. Price: 250,000 credit points. Han Fei browsed through the manual and saw 48 seal techniques from the demon level to the heaven level. He was attracted to a seal technique named Triple Palace Heavy Seal. The description of the technique was quite tempting. Triple Palace Heavy Seal, Heaven Level, Low Quality, Incomplete. Introduction: This is a heavy seal technique. When you lay the seal, it will be like moving a mountain. You can make use of the power of tides and press the seal through the void. Background: It's acquired from the remains of an unknown palace near the Scattered Stars Island. Because most parts of the technique are missing, it's only listed as a heaven level, low-quality technique. Price: 420,000 credit points. Han Fei put on a smile. Incomplete battle techniques were the last thing he was scared of. Instead, the more incomplete a technique was, the more he would like it, because it would be a huge bargain if he deduced it. Han Fei, what are you reading? Clang. Han Fei lost balance and fell to the ground, knocking over the chair. Immediately, he raised all the customers' attention. Han Fei raised his head, only to discover that it was none other than Joanne Ling, who was like a haunting ghost. Han Fei was lost for words. Didn't you go shopping? How did you end up here? Joanne Ling was going to give Han Fei a hand, when Han Fei rose to his feet voluntarily and looked at her weirdly. He never thought that he could be so popular. Joanne Ling stuck out her tongue. I was shopping when I saw you here, so I came over. Han Fei bulged his eyes. Wait, you're shopping here? Do you even know what shopping means? Before Joanne Ling could reply, Han Fei simply said, wait for me at the door. I'll come out soon. Sensing that the other guys were looking at him murderously, Han Fei quickly ran to the counter, only to find that the receptionist was also looking at him weirdly. Han Fei said grimly, I'd like this Triple Palace heavy seal. Here's my credit card, no, waste tag. While the receptionist stared at him weirdly, Han Fei accepted the jade slip that contained the Triple Palace heavy seal and rushed out in a panic. He found Joanne Ling waiting for him with a smile. Seeing that all the passers-by were looking at them in surprise, Han Fei quickly led Joanne Ling to an empty corner. Why do I feel like they all know you? Joanne Ling pursed her lips. Most people in the central city have met each other before. They know who I am. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Sister, why don't you change first before you go shopping? If you keep wearing this white dress, I think someone will kill me when they see you talking to me again. Joanne Ling asked in confusion, why should I change? Han Fei said solemnly, look, you're supposed to observe the joys and sorrows in the human world. But if you walk around in your pretty white dress, everybody will recognize you as Joanne Ling the law enforcer. Then, you'll only see things that they want you to see. So, Han Fei said, let's go. I'll teach you how to go shopping, but next time you have to do it alone. In Han Fei's home at the Empyrean waterfall. With Han Fei's help, Joanne Ling was transformed from a pretty girl into a handsome young man. Well, not exactly a handsome one. She got an average looking face and wore clean clothes. Joanne Ling loved the color white, but Han Fei didn't make white clothes for her. After all, she could be quite eye-catching no matter how she looked as long as she wore white clothes. Han Fei said solemnly, you must know how important disguise techniques are. With a brilliant disguise technique, you can pretend to be anyone. Joanne Ling looked at herself with a basin of water as a mirror and said pitifully, I don't look pretty at all. Han Fei was amused. Of course not. Why do you want to look pretty? Do you want everybody to recognize you to be Joanne Ling? You're going to experience ordinary people's lives and observe them. You're not going to a beauty pageant. Just follow my instructions. What's a beauty pageant? Han Fei waved his hand and said, not important. The important thing is that you should be dressed like this when you go out later. You can buy a few more sets of male clothes. It'll be better if you keep a mustache. You look like a pretty boy right now. Joanne Ling. It was certainly impossible for Han Fei and Joanne Ling to sneak away from the Empyrean waterfall without anybody else knowing. So, Han Fei didn't try to keep it a secret at all. He simply hoped that Jiuyin Ling could understand the trick of shopping. On the ground, Ning Jingyao was confused and mumbled, didn't he claim he disliked her? Then why is he taking her out? Looking at the flashing boat in the sky, Yu Yi slightly shook her head and continued whistling and tending to her flowers. Han Fei didn't think anyone could identify him after he put on his disguise. After reaching the city, he took Jiuyin Ling to the sea creature market, which had the greatest number of customers. The market was even busier than the departure ports in towns. Not only were people selling things in their shops, but some were even making deals and bartering on the street. They exchanged things with each other on blankets on the road. Shoppers, you can't miss these. More than 20 kinds of materials are available. The scorching fire wings are on sale. Freshly caught hopping tails, only 10 high-quality pearls apiece. I just explored an undersea treasure trove. I'm selling all the items I found. A rarely seen mysterious technique. It's worth a look for nothing but the word mysterious. You won't be charged for looking. Few people were selling food at the Scattered Stars Island, but Han Fei managed to buy 2 skewers of roasted squid tentacles and gave one of them to Jiuyin Ling. See how it tastes. This is what life should be like on the Scattered Stars Island. It's no different from the towns and villages. But of course, I've never been to the 1,000-star city. I don't know the life there. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. He saw that someone just squatted, laid a blanket, and placed a piece of trivariant golden ginseng on the blanket. Immediately, Han Fei ran to him. What's the price of the trivariant golden ginseng? The man glanced at Han Fei, obviously not expecting to meet a client so quickly. Hey, bro. Trivariant golden ginseng is getting more and more expensive these days. It's not easy to catch them. You're my first client today, so I'll give you a special offer of 5,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei chuckled. Bro, I just came out of the refining hall, where I bought one for 3,100 high-quality pearls. Isn't it outrageous that you're selling one for 5,000? Jiuyin Ling asked telepathically, but we never went to the refining hall, Han Fei glanced at her. I'm just bargaining with him. Quiet, The man smiled. Bro, you know that good stuff is always costly. You can always pay 500 pearls for a spiritual fruit, but it's not nearly as effective as the trivariant golden ginseng, is it? Han Fei chuckled. 3,500. If you don't sell it, then I'm leaving. Since there are so many people here, I'm sure that you can wait for someone to buy it. Hey, bro, that's a cut of 1,500 pearls. That's too much. Please. Give me some more. It's really not easy to catch the trivariant golden ginseng. Look, I was ambushed by a sea demon and hurt in the shoulder when I got this. The man took off his clothes and showed his wound to Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. That's not my business. This thing is quite nutritional, but I might not have time to use it at all in battle. How about this? I'll give you another 100. A moment later, Han Fei said proudly, see? I got a trivariant golden ginseng. Easily for 3,600 pearls. It's not a high price for such a rare item. Jiuyin Ling blinked her eyes. I don't think his life is easy. Han Fei was choked. Do you think my life is easy? Jiuyin Ling nodded quickly. Han Fei. When they walked another 1,000 meters, they saw two men holding two snakes, as thick as wrists. The two men had bitten the snakes' tails and were drinking their blood. Crazily. Their clothes were stained by the blood. Burp. This feels great. They even high-fived with a smile on their faces. Jiao Yinling's eyes were widened, and Han Fei said, casually, these are highly nutritious. You can increase your strength by eating this. But can you really have the blood just like that? Han Fei snorted. This is why you have to go shopping and observe ordinary people in order to gain more experience. On that day, Han Fei took Jiao Yinling to buy clothes, watch street fights, and go to the casinos. Jiao Yinling was dumbfounded the whole time. She had never been to any of these places, especially the casino, where Han Fei lost 3,000 high-quality pearls. His face turned entirely red after all the losses. At this moment, in a club on the club street, Han Fei pointed at the club and said, ordinary people will have a drink here if they're tired or anxious. Come on, let's have a drink. Jiao Yinling frowned. Something smells terrible in there. Han Fei caught her arm and dragged her into the club. What's terrible? Anything worldly can be dirty. Ordinary people's lives are just as filthy as this. They came to the counter, and Han Fei bellowed, Boss, I'd like 10 cups of Firefox wine first. All right. The boss opened an iron can and snatched it, and liquor as red as fire flowed into the cups. The dark red Firefox wine was not as delicious as the strong distilled spirit that Han Fei brewed, but it did have a special taste, and Zhang Xuanyu ordered it every time. Looking at the red fluids where flames were burning, Jiao Yinling felt like her teeth were chattering. She frowned hard. Gudu. Aha. Han Fei grabbed a cup and filled his mouth. You're not drinking it? No. Jiao Yinling couldn't do it anymore. She could put up with the shopping during the day. At least, she didn't have to do anything or drink blood. But was the Firefox wine any different from blood? With a smile, Han Fei said, how can you gain social experience if you can't drink this? Let me tell you, cultivation is not built on nothingness. Everybody on the Scattered Stars Island used to be a heavenly talent in places they came from, but they're all drinking the Firefox wine right now. So am I. Han Fei specifically stressed the last sentence and looked at Jiao Yinling. Jiao Yinling was almost shedding tears. Under Han Fei's watch, Jiao Yinling finally picked up a cup and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei urged her, drink, drink. A goddess can only stay in the heavens. 2. Be a human girl, you have to walk on the ground. Drink it. Jiao Yinling seemed to have made a major decision. She closed her eyes and opened her mouth, before she suddenly poured the wine in. Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei scratched his head, as she had choked herself. Han Fei said, let's not be hasty. You're drinking too fast. Then, Han Fei poured a glass of Firefox wine into his mouth. He saw that a pretty girl was walking to him. In the next moment, the woman lay between Han Fei and Jiao Yinling and said, with a sexy posture, can I have 1 cup? Han Fei shrugged. Of course. Girls always have privileges. Jiao Yinling, however, frowned. No, go away. The girl giggled. Hey, you have quite a temper. Sir, you must be new to the Scattered Stars Island. You look pretty and clean, not an alcoholic. Do you want your sister to show you around? Jiao Yinling asked Han Fei telepathically, _ what do I do? She barely wears any clothes, and I don't know her underscore. Hanfei chuckled and replied, underscore goddess, welcome to Earth underscore. Jiuyin Ling frowned. Seeing that Hanfei wasn't helping, she instantly grew panicked. Underscore bam, underscore. To Hanfei's surprise, she waved her hand and slapped the girl away. Hanfei's mouth widened. Underscore did you really do that, underscore. Lost for words, Hanfei grabbed Jiuyin Ling's arm and said, let's run. Huh. Son of a bi***ch, why did you hit me? Did I do anything wrong? The woman seemed to have a lot of friends here. Many tall and strong soul warriors and armorists stood up. Someone sneered. Brother, it's against the rules to beat someone without a good reason, isn't it? Someone grunted. Damn it, you slapped Ms. Hong away. You want to die, don't you? Someone had already grabbed a giant axe. You may have 6 stars, but so what? I have 6 stars too. If you don't give me an explanation, you're not walking out of this club. Jiuyin Ling was about to extend her hand and seal the guy, when Hanfei stopped her and said, this is our fault. We should just run. Underscore pa, underscore. A whip appeared in Ms. Hong's hand. She smacked it on the floor. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't know you were that stupid. 5,000 high quality pearls, or you can't get away with this. Hanfei grinned. We shouldn't have hit you, but your extortion is outrageous. I'm walking out. Let's see who can stop me. Are you still being cocky? Take him down. Hanfei punched and knocked away 2 armorists that ran towards him. They were thrown into the big river outside. Son of a bi***ch, you really dare to fight us? Brothers, let's go. Underscore bam. Bam. Bam, underscore. Underscore boom, underscore. A moment later, Hanfei disappeared into the crowd with Jiuyin Ling and zigzagged to an empty corner. Then, he created breath-concealing arrays and stealth arrays to cover them up. Jiuyin Ling blinked her eyes and asked, I shouldn't have attacked, right? Seeing how pitiful she looked, Hanfei heaved a long sigh and said, never mind, let's just go back. Anyways, congratulations on witnessing an ordinary life today. Well, Hanfei lay on his bed, wondering if it was a wrong decision to take Jiuyin Ling out. Anyways, he had to keep her busy with something. Everything would be great if she stopped tailing him every day. Hanfei heaved a long sigh and mumbled, the infinite ocean, and sea establishment. He remembered that Mrs. Yin mentioned that there were no kings in the 1,000-star city, which implied that there were venerables there. The venerables were 3 major levels higher than himself. Underscore never mind. I should cultivate to be a peak-level hidden fisher first underscore. Without further thinking, Hanfei sat straight. He had acquired so many stick techniques from Zhang Xuanyu. He could probably fuse them into an excellent technique. Fuse. A lot of spiritual energy was disappearing. It was not until 100 seconds later that a battle technique named True Interpretation of Stick Techniques popped up in his head. A battle technique? Hanfei was quite surprised. The name didn't sound impressive at all. True Interpretation of Stick Techniques. Introduction: a mixture of 13 stick techniques that contains their essence. If you comprehend this book, you can understand the nature of rod sticks. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/60, 000, Note, different people may perceive different things from this art. Han Fei didn't study the true interpretation of stick techniques immediately, as the essence of the techniques couldn't be grasped easily. Also, Han Fei was not in a hurry at all. He couldn't play with the needle for now anyway. He was more interested in the Triple Palace Heavy Seal, which he could use immediately after he grasped it. A moment later, Han Fei's spiritual energy storage had dropped to 60 million, and a seal technique named 9 Mansions Dragon Deal appeared in his head. 9 Mansions Dragon Seal, Heaven Level, Divine Quality. Introduction: You may make use of the 9 mansions in the sky and press the seal through the void. This is a technique for heavy seals. When the seal falls, it will be like the fall of a mountain, and its roar can shake the soul. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/60, 000,000. Note, a heavy seal is required. The heavier, the better. Han Fei's eyes glittered. This technique was great and related to arrays. The seal would be able to travel through the void and smash the enemy as a tide, mountain or boulder. This will definitely be fierce. Han Fei couldn't help but remark. He wondered if it would be possible to attack an enemy from their back with this seal technique. In any case, if it could shake the soul, it could probably knock the enemy out. The next morning, Han Fei saw Jiuyin Ling at the door the moment he cancelled the cloud array. Han Fei felt a strong headache. Holding himself back, he asked, "What now?" Jiuyin Ling said solemnly, "I've given it a lot of thought. You're right that I have to experience ordinary people's lives. I intend to leave the scattered Stars Island and live in a village for a year before I come back." Han Fei was so delighted that he couldn't stop smiling. "That's great, Xiao Jiao. You're very smart. Let me tell you, only after you see all the vicissitudes of life can you really understand what it means to be a human. Congratulations on your new epiphany." Jiuyin Ling glared at Han Fei. "What's the name of your village?" Han Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. "The Heavenly Water Village." "Why?" Jiuyin Ling said solemnly, "Okay, I'm going to the Heavenly Water Village." Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei swallowed and asked, "Why are you going to the Heavenly Water Village?" "Let me tell you, it isn't exactly the best village. There are tons of better villages out there." Cleverness flashed in Jiuyin Ling's eyes. "All the more reason why I should go to the Heavenly Water Village. The worse the village is, the better my experience will be." Han Fei took a deep breath. However, on second thought, Han Fei decided that she could go anywhere she wanted as long as she didn't haunt him. He was no longer in the Heavenly Water Village anyway. Taking a deep breath, Jiuyin Ling said, "Wait for me to come back." Han Fei nodded quickly. "Okay, no problem at all." Jiuyin Ling looked at her own yard and then Han Fei. Finally, she controlled the boat to rise and fly away. Phew. Han Fei took a long breath. The girl was finally gone. Han Fei stared at the sky and remarked casually, "I hope you won't be bound by worldly emotions again after you reach the next level." Suddenly, Han Fei noticed something yellow on his wall. He turned around, only to find that Big Yellow was staring at him with widened eyes. Big Yellow asked curiously, "Did you piss her away?" Han Fei said angrily, "What are you talking about? I simply directed her to understand the true meaning of life." "Hey, are all cats eavesdroppers?" Big Yellow looked at Han Fei in disdain. "Are you making breakfast?" Han Fei felt strength all over his body now that Jiuyin Ling wasn't around. He said, "Yes, I am." Hardly had Han Fei said that when someone craned his head at the door. It was none other than Qin Chen. He was the kind of guy who could emerge from anywhere when he heard food mentioned. After breakfast, Big Yellow asked, "Are you going fishing?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, I'm going to fight someone." "Then I won't go fishing either." Han Fei was lost for words. "Can't you fish alone?" Big Yellow looked at Han Fei in disdain. "The fish are scared off every time you fight. How can I catch them?" Han Fei. A moment later, Han Fei called out, Old Du, Old Du. I'm here to challenge you." Du Jianglu walked out of the house unhurriedly. "Are you sure? The stick technique that you practiced overnight can't be anything good." Half a month passed. In the sky. Clang. Clang. Clang, _ Two men were colliding fiercely in the sky. The sticks that they were holding were barely visible. Clouds and mists were surging as they fought. Down below, someone remarked in confusion while having dried fish, "Han Fei has persisted for 100 seconds. Can he still endure?" Someone shook his head. "He must be addicted to fighting. He has really made fast progress in stick techniques. It's not easy for anyone to endure 100 clashes with Old Du." Ning Jingyao was lost for words. "Why is he not practicing with me anymore?" Someone smiled. "Why would he? He's as good at saber techniques as you are." Wu Ming cut in, "He wants to learn sword techniques." Ning Jingyao glanced at Wu Ming. "Enough. Just because he tried the domain of swords several times doesn't mean he wants to learn sword techniques from you. He was simply practicing movement techniques." Who? All of a sudden, a stick appeared in the air, and then Han Fei pierced it into the void. The other end of the stick extended out 100 meters away. Du Jianglu was quite delighted. What a great move. Du Jianglu rose like a bird and stuck his shoulder against the stick. Then he waved his own long stick and slapped Han Fei's stick back. Han Fei caught his breath and said, "That's enough for the day." Han Fei and Du Jianglu stopped and looked at the boat that was approaching from the sky at a distance. On the boat, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei in shock and then glanced at Du Jianglu. Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. "Han Fei, when did you learn my instant mystic spear? But your performance is too lousy. Let me." As he talked, Zhang Xuanyu leaped out and unfolded his white wings. He grabbed one long stick and said to Du Jianglu, "Han Fei's performance of that move is terrible. Let me." Du Jianglu grinned. "Okay. I didn't know that Han Fei's move was actually from someone else's battle technique." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Didn't you lead a team to the sea? When did you go to the Wind Sky Canyon and acquire wings?" Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai arrived, and Lu Renquang snorted. "To the sea? We were out for only 3 days." Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, "I couldn't get a wind god pearl anyway. Those wings with a wingspan of 13 meters are good enough." Han Fei was surprised. "Why didn't you come to me? I could have helped you." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "Did you not know that no wind sky wings will approach you once you get wings?" Well. As he talked, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Du Jianglu and said, "Just one round." Du Jianglu nodded and said unconcernedly, "Okay." Han Fei flew away. He was not as adept at stick techniques as Zhang Xuanyu was. That guy had practiced nothing but stick techniques his entire life. Even the instant mystic spear was a derivation of a stick technique. Zhang Xuanyu was quite serious. Han Fei keenly noticed that 80% of his spiritual power was concentrated on his hands. Huh? Du Jianglu smiled casually. The one-round clash was even more exciting than the battle against Han Fei. At this moment, he was determined to fight as he stepped his feet forward. _schwa_. Han Fei's eyes contracted. He found that half of Zhang Xuanyu's stick was gone. When he exerted his strength, he hurriedly looked at Du Jianglu, only to discover that he hadn't completed his attack yet and he just touched Zhang Xuanyu's stick. Du Jiangliu's expression changed greatly, and he was instantly flung back. Down below, Wu Ming quickly opened his eyes. So fast. Ning Jingyao's eyes were widened too. What a fast move. Yu Shire exclaimed, he's so fast. I envy him. Yu Yi nodded. So fast. Du Jianglu glanced at the blood on his shoulder and looked at Zhang Xuanyu solemnly. What's the name of this attack? Zhang Xuanyu put away the stick and grinned. Momentary time. Du Jianglu bowed solemnly to Zhang Xuanyu. He had learned a lot from the collision. Han Fei's eyes flashed. _momentary time? Why does it sound so familiar, _? All of a sudden, he looked at Zhang Xuanyu, wondering if the man had grasped the truth of time. In Han Fei's home. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu, curiously. He had keenly sensed something wrong with the momentary time that Zhang Xuanyu just launched. He had fought with Du Jianglu for half a month and knew very well how capable old Du was. Han Fei had already boosted himself to the highest speed with the air-breaking strike and the speed of the instant mystic spear. However, he was always hit back when he was 1 meter from Du Jianglu. It suggested that Du Jianglu had absolute control within a 1 meter radius of him. However, the control was broken by Zhang Xuanyu's stick. It was kind of like how Dragon Carps of Time reversed time earlier. Han Fei stared at Zhang Xuanyu. Is it related to the abyssal chasm? Zhang Xuanyu smiled casually. I knew you would find out. It's something that I perceived recently. I found that the abyssal chasm might have a space and time problem. In fact, during the clash just now, I was able to slow down time within a tiny space. Han Fei's eyelids shivered. That's all? Zhang Xuanyu snorted. What else did you expect? If I had truly mastered time, it would have been impossible for the guy to touch my stick. Han Fei realized that it made sense. If Zhang Xuanyu could control time within a certain range, Du Jianglu would have surely failed. Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang and asked, have you both finished your business? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Zhang Xuanyu said that we're going to the Sea of Pearls together. Han Fei looked at Lu Renquang. Why do you still have 5 stars? Lu Renquang said while shaking the fat on his cheeks. I didn't fight enough. I've gathered enough credit points. I just need to kill some sea demons to get the promotion. Han Fei chuckled. All 3 of us can lead teams. We'll just include you in our team. However, I don't think there are a lot of sea demons at the Sea of Pearls. Luo Xiaobai said, there are occasional conflicts. After all, the sea demons use high-quality pearls as currency as we do. They've ambushed the Sea of Pearls a lot of times. However, we're going there not because of the sea demons. It's said that an earthquake happened at the Sea of Pearls and weird flames keep popping up. Nobody knows why. Han Fei was surprised. He didn't know that this was happening. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Could it be a treasure trove or a relic? Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. I don't know, but that's the guess of a lot of people. Many people from the central city have gone to the Sea of Pearls to find out why. Lu Renquang snorted. If so many people can't find anything, there may be nothing at all. In my opinion, pearl divers and shells are everywhere in the Sea of Pearls. Even if there is a treasure trove, it can't be anything good. Zhang Xuanyu interjected, that's not necessarily true. You don't know what a treasure trove is like unless you go there. The 5 of us. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu shut his mouth and looked at Han Fei. He had unconsciously mentioned the number, but then he realized it was a painful reminder to Han Fei that Xia Xiaochan wasn't here. Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang looked at Han Fei, who smiled casually and said, Why are you all looking at me? Even though one of us isn't here, we still have to explore treasure troves and look for good stuff. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, I'm told that Jiuyin Ling and you. Luo Xiaobai looked at him rather intimidatingly. Han Fei waved his hand. There's nothing between me and Jiuyin Ling. I simply treated everybody at the Empyrean waterfall to dinner, and she became a law enforcer after that. Is it really my fault? Han Fei paused for a moment. Also, she's been fooled away and won't come back anytime soon. Phew. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, That's great. If you want girls, go to a club. People like Jiuyin Ling aren't easy to deal with. Han Fei kicked him. Get the hell out of here. Do you think everybody is just like you? Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's good. Are we leaving right now, or at some other point? Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai looked at the corner of the wall and extended her vines to a yellow furry creature. Chilla. The vines were torn apart, and Big Yellow glanced at Han Fei and his team. Proudly, not caring about the vines at all. Han Fei, going fishing? Han Fei smiled. No. I'm going to the Sea of Pearls later. You can go fishing. Alone. Okay, then I'm going. Big Yellow leaped and disappeared from Han Fei's yard. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, What's that? Lu Renquang smacked his lips. It can talk, but it looks quite special and meaty. Is it? No. Han Fei looked at Lu Renquang, lost for words. Did the guy want to eat everything? He said, Big Yellow will crush you against the ground. Lu Renquang was astounded. It's so strong? Zhang Xuanyu said, It's actually quite cute. Han Fei smiled. Big Yellow is a cat, and a creature that lives on the continent. It's also as strong as a law enforcer. Hiss. Lu Renquang trembled. He felt lucky he didn't ask if it was edible, or he might have been eaten by the cat. Han Fei got up. Let's go. If we're going there, we should set off immediately, so that we can go to other places if nothing is wrong in the Sea of Pearls. The Scattered Stars Island is getting boring. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, I actually want to check the Transverse Mountain. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Zhang Xuanyu. Do you want to be confined to the Empyrean waterfall and forbidden from going to the sea like Senior Brother Dushui? Zhang Xuanyu smiled awkwardly. I would rather not. The Sea of Pearls lay to the north of the Scattered Stars Island. The area between 50,000 kilometers from the shoreline and 300,000 kilometers was the range of the Sea of Pearls. Even when sea demons were at war with the Scattered Stars Island, they were reluctant to approach the Sea of Pearls. First of all, the creatures there were weak and the sea demons couldn't possess them. Secondly, the Sea of Pearls was the place frequented by human experts most. There was a big ship at the center of the sea where experts were stationed day and night. The sea demons had tried attacking the Sea of Pearls, but they suffered heavy casualties every time. It was said that in the most heated battle, a sea demon as strong as Blue Feather perished. Also, the sea demons had found that they couldn't gain much from the Sea of Pearls. After all, they didn't know what economics meant at all. They had no desire to attack the place when they knew that human beings collected the high-quality pearls as a currency. Also, too many men were on patrol on the Sea of Pearls day and night. They did 3 things altogether. Firstly, they patrolled and looked for signs of sea demons. Secondly, they confirmed the identity of the pearl divers by examining their waist tags. Lastly, they checked if the temporary waist tags of those who were not pearl divers had expired. To enter the Sea of Pearls, one had to pay 5,000 high-quality pearls each day. Then, no matter what they found in the Sea of Pearls, it would belong to them. Those high-quality pearls were submitted at the big ship in the center. The moment Han Fei and his team entered the Sea of Pearls, they saw 2 boats sailing on the sea. Someone on the boat scanned them. Then, on their way, Han Fei could always see boats and sense other people's perceptions. Luo Xiaobai said, "The surveillance of the Sea of Pearls is very strict. The boats on the sea and the pearl divers will all report to their superiors if they find anything wrong with our identity." In Han Fei's senses, the Sea of Pearls had a depth of only 1,000 meters. Coral and algae were everywhere at the bottom of the sea. The colorful and magnificent ocean scenery was best revealed. There was little sand in this place. It was more like a gigantic forest of coral. There were red and yellow coral that looked like deer horns, purple coral that looked like foam, dark yellow coral that resembled plates, green soft coral that looked like hammers, and other coral that looked like snowflakes. Han Fei never knew that so many bizarre types of coral could grow in the same area of the sea. He had detected 20 kinds of coral that were greatly different from each other after random scanning. All sorts of regular fish, below the level of 30, lived in harmony. The food chains were complicated, but the levels of the sea creatures were generally low. It must be a result of long-time human occupation too. There were shells several meters long in the open areas among the coral. However, some of the shells were placed horizontally and some vertically. They were open to the top. Han Fei saw that some pearl divers knocked the shells, and the shells opened their mouths. The pearl divers would then take out 1 or 2 pearls and clean the shells and feed them. Lu Renquang asked in surprise, "Why are they so obedient?" Luo Xiaobai replied, "It's an agreement between human beings and the spiritual clams. Human beings won't hurt them. We'll even clean them regularly. They'll offer their pearls in return. However, if you tap a clean, already picked clam continuously, it will still attack you." Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai. "Sounds like you've been here." Luo Xiaobai smiled. "I've read all the information about the Sea of Pearls. Even though the wind god boat was fast, it could only move 60,000 kilometers in a day." Han Fei regretted not engraving the wind god boat with speed arrays after he mastered the technique of arrays. It was not really slow, but it still took everybody 2.5 days to reach the big boat at the center of the Sea of Pearls. It was more like a fortress at the center of the sea than a boat. Below it were what seemed to be indestructible mountains. They seemed to be nailed to the bottom of the sea. Above the sea, there were stairs and corridors from about an altitude of 300 meters. The higher up, the more complicated they were. It looked like a small city had been built on a boat-shaped mountain. Luo Xiaobai said, "The pearl divers call this place the Pearl Divers Port. It has already been developed into a city. Although it's not as resourceful as the Scattered Stars Island, it's still remarkable enough. Also, because the Sea of Pearls is the source of money for the Scattered Stars Island, 1,000 Star City, and the 36 towns, many magnates often stay here." Han Fei's eyes glittered. Magnates? Luo Xiaobai glanced at him. Don't try to rob them. Because a lot of wealth is kept in this place, and many rare items are auctioned frequently. There are 10 law enforcers in the Pearl Divers Port at all times to prevent any accidents. Han Fei and the others all gasped and looked at Luo Xiaobai. Then where are we going? Luo Xiaobai said, to pay for our passes. We can't pick the pearls without permission. There's nothing interesting in the Pearl Divers Port except for those buildings in different styles. The other facilities are just similar to those on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei asked, "What about the auctions? When are they held?" Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know that. The files I read said that there isn't a fixed schedule. However, there will be notices at the front desk if an auction is to be held." A moment later, everybody was led to a departure port by Luo Xiaobai. In fact, Han Fei and the others didn't have to search very hard. As long as they came to the main passage of the port, they could easily see the building that had a pointy head 3,000 meters away. The other buildings were much lower. Luo Xiaobai explained, "The registration office has 2 functions. They accept the pearls that the pearl divers pick up, and release temporary permission slips. Recently, everybody knows that something happened on the Sea of Pearls. A lot of people are coming to explore." Han Fei and the others walked to the registration office, and Han Fei asked, "What if the temporary permission slip expires? Wouldn't it be troublesome if we have to renew it here?" Luo Xiaobai said, "The temporary permission slip is a white badge, which will turn black once it expires. Someone will come to you if you're still on the Sea of Pearls, and you can pay up front." Han Fei nodded. How convenient. But 5,000 high-quality pearls a day seems rather expensive. Lu Renquang quickly nodded. Yes, that's too expensive. We should catch more sea creatures and send them back. Luo Xiaobai said, "No. The Sea of Pearls is full of low-level creatures that the spiritual clams can easily catch, which makes it easier for them to make high-quality pearls. You'll have to pay fines if you're caught hunting these sea creatures." Han Fei and the others were quite surprised. They weren't aware of such a rule at all. Han Fei thought for a moment. Never mind. If the temporary permission slip expires, we'll be informed immediately? They can also locate us? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. The Sea of Pearls is a fairly large place. We'll stay here for 20 days. If we can't find anything in 20 days, we'll leave. Han Fei nodded. I agree. Lu Renquang remarked with mixed feelings, do we really have to pay 400,000 high-quality pearls? Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, whatever caught the attention of so many people must be worth more than 400,000 high-quality pearls. However, I wonder if they Started the rumor, just to fool more people into coming to this place. Luo Xiaobai shook her head with a casual smile. I don't think so. A moment later. On his way to the registration office, Han Fei found that most of the people in the crowd were just hanging fishers. Many of them were crippled. Some had lost an arm, some walked with a limp, and some wore masks. In fact, while severed limbs couldn't be regrown, most wounds could be healed by spirit gatherers. Luo Xiaobai said, they were mostly mutilated on the battlefield. It means that even spirit gatherers couldn't heal their wounds. They couldn't afford hiring better spirit gatherers or alchemists to treat them, so they work as pearl divers to make money. Most of them won't work here anymore after they're healed. Finally reaching the registration office, Han Fei looked up at the wall and found no notice of an auction. Finally, he walked into the registration office. The office was lively and noisy. Some of the counters were for pearl divers, which could be easily recognized by their disabilities. Han Fei walked to the counter. Hello. I'd like 4 temporary permits for 20 days. The receptionist said, please pay 400,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei caught a lot of attention when he paid the money, mostly because Luo Xiaobai and the others were too eye-catching. Someone from the team of pearl divers asked in surprise, are they here to find the secret behind the earthquake again? Someone slightly shook his head. How many people have come here? They're still not giving up? Those fireballs are nothing interesting. Someone said, idiot, do you see their waist tags? All of them are 6-star slaughterers except for one. They can easily kill you with one slap. The man said with a smile, what are you scared of? This is the pearl divers port. Nothing has happened here. Han Fei overheard their conversation. He turned around and looked at them. Brothers, do the fireballs you mention appear frequently? When Han Fei asked them, they trembled, and one of them replied, my lord, the fireballs aren't frequent. They sometimes appear when we pick pearls, but they'll soon disappear. Han Fei hummed and asked again, what do the fireballs look like? The pearl diver added, they're like the flying plate coral, except that they're fatter. A couple of them appear together all the time. They move in a row in water and can be seen from far away. The other person added, a lot of people have seen their blue and purple flames. Someone has even observed them closely and touched them. But they're actually cold. Han Fei asked in surprise, so, you've all seen them? The two of them nodded. In the Sea of Pearls, almost all the pearl divers saw them after the earthquake, but their number dwindled gradually. They're hard to come by nowadays. However, the mysterious flames aren't the center of attention these days. Han Fei asked with a smile, oh? Then what is? The man looked at Han Fei and said in a low voice, my lord, that's a secret. Han Fei nodded at the door, and the two men smiled at each other. Soon, they followed Han Fei to the door. Han Fei smirked. Let's see how much your intelligence is worth. One of the men chuckled. My lord, the pearl divers port never announced it. But some pearl divers went missing recently. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes flashed. That makes more sense. I didn't think that anybody would have been so interested in a few flames. Luo Xiaobai glanced at them. Each of you will get 100 high-quality pearls. They didn't complain, but accepted the money with a smile. The intelligence was already well known. They were quite happy that they earned 200 high-quality pearls from a few words. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others. There's indeed a secret, but I think we may be late. It suddenly occurred to Han Fei that Luo Xiaobai mentioned something about that when he just left the Scattered Stars Island, but Luo Xiaobai was quite casual back then, so Han Fei didn't consider it a big deal. Some secrets seemed to be really buried in the Sea of Pearls. While walking out, Luo Xiaobai said, although we're late and someone must have investigated it, we may still have a chance if Little White can track down the target. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang quickly nodded. They were quite confident in Little White. Han Fei chuckled. Then let's try our luck. If we can't find anything, we'll just consider the trip a vacation. We've been working separately since we came to the Scattered Stars Island and haven't really hung out together. Let's just consider this an adventure. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang both looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu said, hey, it's only because you've been occupied, alright? You were busy refining and then you stayed outside for so long. Han Fei chuckled. It's not too late to make up for it. There's still 2 years to go until we leave the Scattered Stars Island. The time is enough for us to explore many places. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids shivered as he found an acquaintance, Jiang Tong. When Han Fei saw Jiang Tong saw him too. Jiang Tong was a man without much influence, but he was of great help when Han Fei swindled people out of money in the Wind Thunder town. Han Fei had seen him too in the great battle on the sea after he just came to the Scattered Stars Island. He had never seen the guy again. At this moment, he found that Jiang Tong was already a hidden fisher with a 6-star waist tag. Han Fei suddenly realized that the man wasn't simple at all. The man had obtained 6 stars even faster than Lu Renkuang did. Also, few people recognized him, which made Han Fei rather curious. When Jiang Tong saw Han Fei, he withdrew his gaze and moved to the registration office. Han Fei instantly shouted, "Why are you running? Come on. Shouldn't we catch up as old friends?" Jiang Tong turned his head back grimly. He didn't expect to meet Han Fei at all. Jiang Tong smiled. Hey! What a coincidence. Are you here to pick pearls? Han Fei replied with a feigned smile, do we look like pearl divers to you? Jiang Tong glanced at him and said, no. At the busy square in the Pearl Divers Port, Han Fei and his teammates all smiled at Jiang Tong, which crept him out. Gudu. Jiang Tong swallowed and said, well, I'm actually here for an auction. Han Fei was about to talk, when Luo Xiaobai said, okay. Han Fei, we're in the middle of something. You two can catch up later, alright? Han Fei was slightly surprised, and so were Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu. It wasn't Luo Xiaobai's style at all. Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, Jiang Tong followed, well, brother Han, let's catch up later. Haha. Han Fei patted his shoulder and said, fine. We're too busy to talk. Let's meet later. A moment later, Jiang Tong was finally relieved to see Han Fei fly away on his boat. He turned around and didn't go to the registration office at all. On a regular boat on the surface of the sea, Han Fei and Lu Renkuang almost asked at the same time, what did you see? Zhang Xuanyu asked, was there something wrong with that guy? I remember seeing him from somewhere. Lu Renkuang scratched his belly. I don't remember anything. At this moment, Han Fei slightly changed his expression too. Something is wrong with that guy. I first met him in the undersea city in the level 3 fishery. He was mediocre back then and could barely be called a heavenly talent. Then, I met him again in Wind Thunder Town, and he was reasonably good. Back then. The third time I met him, it was in the Heavenly Human Canyon. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I saw him in the battle in the canyon. It shouldn't have been surprising that he became a hidden fisher, but I just felt threatened by him. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were slightly surprised, as Jiang Tong couldn't have threatened Luo Xiaobai unless he was hiding his strength. Han Fei didn't detect any threat, but he had just performed a divination, hoping to predict if he would meet Jiang Tong again. However, the divination had no results at all. Something must be seriously wrong. How could he have not been able to predict something as simple as that? Zhang Xuanyu clapped his hands. All in all, something is definitely wrong with that guy. Besides, as we all saw, there's no auctions at all right now. Lu Renquang quickly nodded. Yes. We should take precautions against him. What if his purpose is the same as ours? Luo Xiaobai said casually, although the Pearl Divers Port is a small place. Block transactions are often conducted here. Maybe he's here for something else. Han Fei said with a smile, it doesn't matter. We have 20 days anyway. Little White remembered his smell before, and her memory was jogged when I patted his shoulder just now. As he spoke, Han Fei's eyebrows flashed, and he said to Little White, sniff. And track down that guy. Once he's 100 kilometers away, we'll chase after him. Lu Renquang suddenly suggested, if we're waiting for him, should we prepare a hot pot? Half a day passed. Luo Xiaobai frowned, as it was already the 100th time that someone had scanned them. It did seem rather unbelievable that the four of them had come such a long way and paid 400,000 high-quality pearls just to have hot pot on their boat. Lu Renquang was the only person who was enjoying the food. He sucked a large piece of fish meat and said, Are you all full? Zhang Xuanyu said unhappily, Just keep eating, fatty. Luo Xiaobai scoffed. I've had enough food. I don't usually eat so much these days. Han Fei picked up a large piece of meat and performed divinations once in a while. Suddenly, Little White craned its head from the water and swam in a certain direction. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes flashed. I'll control the boat. Luo Xiaobai said, he's finally out on the sea after only 3 hours. It means whatever he's up to, his target is on the sea. Han Fei smiled. Don't bother with what he's up to. If his business relates to treasure troves, then we'll be lucky. If he's up to nothing, we won't lose anything. About an hour later, Han Fei detected something in his senses. Stop. Han Fei suddenly shouted to stop, because he found that Jiang Tong was not alone, but accompanied by 2 other pearl divers in the water. Also, to Han Fei's surprise, he saw 4 purple and blue flames in the water. Is it a coincidence? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei curiously. What's up? I didn't sense anything. Han Fei replied, he's 50 kilometers away. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Han Fei, your perception range has been expanded to 50 kilometers? Han Fei thought that he would rather not reveal the truth lest Zhang Xuanyu was frightened. He said casually, I spotted the purple and blue flames. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, simple as that. She was stunned for a moment. Is it a coincidence? Wait, what else did you see? Han Fei put on a smile. Jiang Tong and another 2 pearl divers. Lu Yi and Wang Qian used to belong to the Guild of Fishers. They often fished near the sea, but they ran into the raid of inferior man-fish one time, and They were the only two left of their 10-man team. They were heavily wounded even if they could return alive. Lu Yi lost one of his arms, and half of Wang Qian's foot was severed. Lu Yi said telepathically, "Old Wang, I've picked 800 pearls. We would have already picked 1,000 pearls if it were before, right? Wang Qian smiled. That's right. I've only collected 200 high-quality pearls and 200 low-quality ones. I'm still short by 50. Let's go. Have a drink after I gather 800 pearls too. Lu Yi was delighted. That's exactly my plan. After they just said that, something bubbled. They thought that some bubbles were surfacing. But Lu Yi raised his head and exclaimed, "Hey, old Wang, it's purple fire. Purple fire." Wang Qian quickly crossed over a few reefs and found 4 flames floating 100 meters away. Lu Yi watched them at the same time. Wang Qian remarked in surprise, "The earthquake was a long time ago. Why are there still purple flames?" Lu Yi smiled. "I don't know. But see how neat they are? Where are they going?" Wang Qian snorted and said, "Let's just follow them while we pick the pearls. They'll probably disappear in a minute." Lu Yi collected another 2 high-quality pearls and said, "Okay, let's just follow them." About 10 minutes later, Wang Qian said, "I've gathered 5,000 pearls. I don't want to work anymore. Let's go have a drink." Lu Yi asked curiously, "Old Wang, why do you think the purple flames are not gone yet?" Wang Qian swam to the flames. "Why are you here? I can easily put them out with one slap." Then, Wang Qian slapped the purple flame. Then, he seemed to be frozen, and his eyes were stunned. Lu Yi laughed. "Just keep pretending. You're acting like nobody ever touched one before. I even extended my hands into the fire once." As he talked, Lu swam to the flames too and pushed Wang Qian with a smile. But in the next second, he saw a purple fire in his eyes. Han Fei saw what happened to them clearly at a distance. In the next moment, he saw that the purple flames died out, and Jiang Tong jumped off from the boat and swam to them. When Jiang Tong reached them, he showed a pearl to them, and the two of them instantly woke up. As for Jiang Tong, he returned to the boat and controlled it to fly away. Luo Xiaobai asked, "What's going on here? Should we chase them?" Han Fei suddenly said, "Jiang Tong is running." Zhang Xuanyu turned around and was going to chase after the target. Han Fei said quickly, "No, wait. I think I found something." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in confusion. "What's wrong?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Let's go to the sea. I'll cover you with breath concealing arrays and stealth arrays. We'll chase the pearl divers instead of Jiang Tong." "The pearl divers?" Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded her head. Han Fei certainly had a good reason to chase the pearl divers. There were patrolmen on the Sea of Pearls, but they weren't very strong. They would sound alarms when they found dangerous targets. However, Han Fei's team's permits hadn't expired yet, and they were hiding themselves, so few noticed them. Besides, the strong experts were at the edge of the Sea of Pearls. Few of them would waste their time on the Sea of Pearls. A moment later, when Han Fei was only several hundred kilometers away from the pearl divers, Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "Is there anything wrong with them?" Lu Renquang was also confused. "They look like normal pearl divers." Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, "Han Fei, I believe you. Something is definitely wrong with them." Han Fei titled his head and asked him, "Why are you so sure?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Because I trust my brother." Han Fei rolled his eyes, but still informed his teammates of what he saw. After hearing him out, Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. "Didn't they say that the flames are harmless?" Han Fei sneered. "They are indeed harmless, but they're also hallucinatory." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Wait, if the purple flames can make people hallucinate, why did Jiang Tong show them the pearl?" Han Fei suggested, "That's exactly the reason why I tailed them instead of Jiang Tong. I believe that the effects of the purple flames are temporary. Some people may be lost, but they'll recover soon, so they think that the purple flames are fine. But what if they're completely lost?" Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhang Xuanyu. "Do you remember the blue tiny fish in the abyssal chasm?" Zhang Xuanyu's eyelids twitched, and he asked solemnly, "Do you think the pearl in Jiang Tong's hand can make someone completely lost?" Luo Xiaobai added, "Is it possible that Jiang Tong is lost too?" Han Fei's curiosity was piqued by Luo Xiaobai's question. That's right, The two people must have been charmed. They were still collecting pearls, not as fast as before, but definitely not suspicious in any way. However, Han Fei had overheard their conversation about having a drink before, so he suspected them. At this moment, Han Fei said, "You keep tailing them. I'll just greet them using someone else's face." Han Fei thought that he was quite lucky to run into an old acquaintance the moment he came to the Pearl Diver's port. As it happened, something was wrong with this acquaintance. Then, coincidentally, the source of the guy's problem was related to the purpose of this trip. A moment later, Han Fei changed his clothes and face and stood in Wan Qian and Lu Ye's way, as if he were searching for something. Soon, the two guys met Han Fei while they picked pearls on their way. They were stunned first and then were about to get out of the way. After all, they were nervous around a slaughterer. Han Fei put on a smile after seeing them. Those two guys didn't use their senses. Why not? If they had detected him earlier, they could have gone around him without being surprised by him at such a close distance. Han Fei asked them telepathically, "Hey, you two, have you ever heard of anyone collecting black pearls nearby? Lu Yi replied, "My lord, I haven't." Wang Qian was stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "No. Han Fei feigned a hum and ignored them, swimming in another direction. After Han Fei swam 30 kilometers away, Lu Yi and Wang Qian moved faster. A moment later, Han Fei returned to Luo Xiaobai and said confidently, "Those two people are bewildered. If they had activated their senses, I would have thought that they were possessed." Luo Xiaobai was shocked. "Are you so sure?" Han Fei smiled. "I'm quite positive. They're not possessed, but they're being manipulated, probably by Jiang Tong." Lu Renquang suggested, "Then we can just catch Jiang Tong and interrogate him. Why don't we follow them?" Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Idiot. Jiang Tong is not a fool. Would he just confess everything to you? Do you have any brains?" Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "Something isn't right. How can we be so lucky? We met Jiang Tong the moment we came to the Pearl Diver's port. You happened to know him and he happened to be related to the purple flames?" Han Fei scratched his head. "I've thought about the problem too, but I haven't come up with anything else." Luo Xiaobai said, "Anyways, we must be careful. I feel that something isn't right." Lu Renkuang asked, then should we go back? Zhang Xuanyu smiled casually and said, why would we? If we can't even beat Jiang Tong, we might as well quit looking for the secret of the Sea of Pearls. Earthquake. Han Fei agreed. Whether or not they're fine, let's just follow them. There are too many treasure troves and villains out there. If we waver every time, we won't explore anything. They discussed for a moment and then chased their targets. Dozens of people scanned Lu Yi and Wang Qian in the meantime, but they were simple pearl divers at this moment, and nobody found them special. Han Fei and his team, however, had to be extra careful. Whenever Han Fei detected other people, he would pause the pursuit and wait for the others to go away first. Han Fei couldn't have missed the hexagon starfish more. If it were here, he would have been able to follow his targets easily. After they followed them for almost 5 hours, when the sky was strewn with brilliant stars, most pearl divers had returned to the port. Lu Yi and Wang Qian suddenly stopped and sat down on the coral reefs. Wait a minute. A soft rhythm began to echo in the dark waters. Han Fei looked at everybody. Did you hear anything? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, are you hallucinating? Lu Renkuang shook his head. No. It's so quiet that I can't hear anything. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in confusion. I don't hear anything, but those two guys have stopped. Chilla, bam. Bam. Bam, All of a sudden, thousands of purple flames appeared out of nowhere. Han Fei's expression changed greatly. Not good. It's an ambush. Luo Xiaobai clutched everybody's waist with vines the moment the purple flames appeared in case of an accident. They were ready for battle. The purple flames disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Han Fei's team was surrounded by an invisible barrier. By the time the purple flames completely vanished, they found themselves in a place unknown away from the Sea of Pearls. Why were they certain of that? Because they were in the middle of a gigantic cavern. Blue and silver stars were all over as if they had reached a nest of butterflies. The cavern was quite moist, with puddles of water on the ground. The air was breathable. Han Fei found the scene so dreamy that he felt like he was seeing the countless glittering seaweeds in the 10,000 Demon Valley again. However, blue was the only color in this place. It was astoundingly beautiful in the darkness. Han Fei asked grimly, do you know how we got here? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, it's like some sort of teleportation array. Also, senses can be spread out here. I think we found the secret of the Sea of Pearls. Zhang Xuanyu remarked, it's indeed impossible to detect things far away, but the view here is not bad. Han Fei sneered. The more beautiful something looks, the more likely that a great horror is lying underneath it. Also, our trip here was too smooth. It feels like someone directed us here. Lu Renkuang said with his cheeks shivering, wasn't it Jiang Tong? You recognized him. Luo Xiaobai's eyes were cold. The blue spots of light are pupas. Don't alarm them. Let's go ahead along the road. The two pearl divers were enshrouded by purple flames too, but we haven't seen them. Lu Renkuang trembled and said, I hate insects the most. Han Fei said, don't be hasty. The insects aren't the problem here, the secret is. This is probably how the pearl divers went missing. If we hadn't noticed Jiang Tong's anomaly, we wouldn't have suspected the two charmed pearl divers at all, even if we met them. The zigzagging cavern was quite large. After walking 3,000 meters, Han Fei and his team all gasped at a turn. Hiss. Gudu. Lu Renquang took a deep breath. I don't think I can use the sky swallowing technique here. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing, as thousands of bodies were hanging from the top of the cavern. Seeing the missing limbs from the bodies, he knew that they were all pearl divers. The dead pearl divers had pearls all over their bodies. The pearls were still emitting blue light, which made the place even more creepy. Zhang Xuanyu said in a low voice, so many pearl divers died here, yet nobody noticed them? Luo Xiaobai frowned. Something's not right. Some of the bodies are dry. Obviously, the pearl divers here have been accumulated for countless years. Lu Renquang pointed at the two pearl divers up ahead. Look, they're the two people we followed. Han Fei had naturally noticed them. They were hung at the top of the cavern by what appeared to be a spider thread. The blue and silver pupas were wriggling to them. Han Fei said casually, their spiritual energy has completely dispersed. They're dead. Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that the Sea of Pearls is more dangerous than we thought. Let's keep moving. Han Fei nodded and glanced at Lu Renquang. Insects love those who are fat. Lu Renquang rolled his eyes at Han Fei, but was actually quite panicked. He was not afraid of battle, but he was quite scared of this horrible scene. The place looked splendid, but when thousands of bodies were hanging on its top, nobody would find it beautiful. They would only be horrified. Walking forward for about 10 kilometers, the four of them finally passed the channel that was full of bodies. Phew. Zhang Xuanyu was relieved. I did feel some pressure with so many bodies above my head. Han Fei smiled. Now, great pressure is coming. Luo Xiaobai said, prepare to fight. The worms are coming. Ahead of them, the blue and silver pupas were cracking around the cavern, and drops of blue fluids were dripping out of the pupas. _Chilla. When the blue drops were falling, they turned into purple and blue flames. Exactly like those in the Sea of Pearls. Lu Renquang shrieked, are they worms or flames? Han Fei was thinking the same question. He didn't see any information when he saw the purple flames earlier. At this moment, Han Fei said, I'll go there and take a look. You stay here. Luo Xiaobai said, be careful. Han Fei grinned. They're just a few flames and worms. What can they do? Han Fei stepped forward quickly, and seawater rose from the ground and followed him. Han Fei turned the metamorphosis water into a swarm of daggers as large as hands. He would put out the purple flames if anything went wrong. Han Fei strode forward and didn't stop until he was 30 meters from the purple flames. He didn't see any information in his eyes. Han Fei realized the problem. He felt that his eyes were blurred, and that some sort of power was trying to control his mind. Han Fei instantly waved his head and put a peppermint into his mouth. His head instantly became clear. He was quite satisfied with the effect of the peppermint. His earlier trance had completely disappeared. Han Fei extended his finger and darted a void line towards one of the purple flames. _huh. Dang, _. At that moment, Han Fei heard the pleasant song of a gentle woman loud and clear. Han Fei instantly recalled the void lines and walked to the wall not far away. Lu Renquang shouted from behind, Han Fei, slow down. Don't get so close. Han Fei ignored them. He didn't see any information until this moment. Name enchanting pupas. Introduction: the evil clam girls absorb natural essence, corrupt the deceased souls, and enchant the pearl divers as charming pupas. Once you're infected by the charming pupas, you'll gradually get lost. Note: souls swallowed by the creatures can be recovered gradually. Clam girls? Han Fei's pupils contracted. He quickly moved back to Luo Xiaobai and took out a handful of peppermints. Each of you will have one of these. If you feel like you're in a trance-like state, have a few more. Luo Xiaobai asked in confusion, what are they? The leaves of the purple vine thyme. They can keep your head clear. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head and quickly put 2 leaves into his mouth. He gasped and said, so, that was why I was distracted just now. I almost yawned. Lu Renquan didn't feel anything as he had been anxious the whole time, but he put the peppermint into his mouth too. With a leaf in her mouth, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Did you say that the pupas could bewilder others? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, then what do we do? More and more broken pupas are showing up. If they all jump to us, won't we all be enchanted? Lu Renquan swallowed and said, will we be hung from the top of the cavern? 2. Hula. Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings and flapped them, raising a strong wind that intended to blow the purple flames away. Seeing that the purple flames were knocked further and further into the cavern, everybody was relieved. Lu Renquan was relaxed. So, they can be blown away. Then let's just clear a way out. Han Fei said, isn't there a simpler solution? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Zhang Xuanyu asked eagerly, what is it? Han Fei looked at Lu Renquan maliciously. We'll let Lu Renquan swallow the purple flames and the pupas. Hiss. I won't do that. There's no way I will do that. Lu Renquan had goosebumps. Are you kidding? You want me to swallow such disgusting things? Han Fei chuckled. Why are you panicking? Blowing them away won't solve the problem. However, if you swallow them, the purple flames will lose connection to this cavern and disperse immediately. What are you afraid of? Lu Renquan kept his mouth shut. I won't eat these. I'm a picky man when it comes to food. Han Fei didn't say anything else. He said casually, keep moving. Right, do. Tell me if you hear a woman singing. Luo Xiaobai suddenly looked at Han Fei. Did you hear something? Han Fei made up an excuse, there was a voice that tried to enchant me, but I took action in time. Everybody else was alarmed. It was quite a terrifying technique that targeted Han Fei alone. Luo Xiaobai instructed, okay, Lu Renquan, don't forget to use the sky swallowing technique. Lu Renquan became pale. He did love eating, but he wasn't crazy about worms. He shook his head so fast that his fat shivered on his face. Han Fei and the others ignored Lu Renquan and continued walking forward. Han Fei flapped his wings every once in a while. Even though the phantom glass wings couldn't raise a strong gale, they could push out some wind. Very soon, after they walked only 1,000 meters, there were more and more purple flames and pupas that had been blown to the back of the cavern. Countless pupas cracked, filling the cavern with purple flames. Ah! Duh! Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, I heard a voice. Luo Xiaobai instantly bound even more vines to them. Hula. A strong wind rose, and the purple flames moved dozens of meters back. Then they dashed back again like smoke that couldn't be cleared. Han Fei's expression slightly changed. Lu Renquan, now is the time. Swallow them. I don't. While Lu Renquang was shouting, he had been pulled ahead by the vines. He exclaimed, "No. I don't eat worms. Sky swallowing technique. _hum_. A huge black hole appeared, and countless purple flames and enchanting pupas were absorbed into the black hole that Lu Renquang established. Tsk. What a powerful exhaust hood. Everyone? De la la. The voice grew louder and louder, as if it were trying to bewilder Lu Renquang. Han Fei shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu, launch soul attacks towards the purple flames." Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Soul explosion. _hum. The cavern was shivering, and the purple flames were rampant. Pooh. Zhang Xuanyu's nose was bleeding, but Lu Renquang's sky-swallowing technique was even crazier than before. He swallowed the purple flames crazily. Aha! An ear-splitting shriek burst out, and Han Fei pressed the golden seal through the void into the purple flames. Hu! A dragon roar sounded. It was Han Fei's only means of attack to devastate the soul. Although he wasn't fluent with it, he could still block the enemy's attack with it. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu quickly put a few peppermints into their mouths. Even Han Fei almost lost control of his mind too. As for Lu Renquang, he had a soul barrier outside of his body. That was Zhang Xuanyu's method. He had deployed his soul power to protect Lu Renquang. The purple flames didn't disappear until 50 seconds later. Ew! Lu Renquang retched quickly after he stopped the sky-swallowing technique. He said, "I would have died of disgust if I had really swallowed them into my stomach." Han Fei spat out the peppermints in his mouth and took out another handful. "Let's each get a handful. We might have to eat them later." Luo Xiaobai said, "The most dangerous thing is not the pupas or the purple flames, but the voice. Someone is deep inside the cavern." Han Fei nodded. "Let's go deeper and find out." They moved another 5,000 meters, and Lu Renquang swallowed again. Then, the singer seemed to realize the purple flames were no longer useful and stopped unleashing them. Luo Xiaobai grew weary. The cavern is getting emptier and emptier. Let's be careful. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu asked in confusion, "Have we entered a gravity zone?" Han Fei vaguely sensed that something wasn't right. He could feel that his body was heavier and heavier, but this place was definitely not a gravity zone. He felt like some invisible power was tearing him apart. Fuse. Han Fei suddenly said this, raising the attention of his teammates. Han Fei's face suddenly turned cold. With the black and white eyes, Han Fei saw that countless invisible threads were attached to himself and Luo Xiaobai. Damn it, I knew that something was wrong. Swish. The infinity water was turned into invisible water blades that waved crazily around everybody. When other people saw that, they instantly realized that there was something in the air that Han Fei had to cut apart. However, to their surprise, Han Fei seemed to carry a weird power when he put on the yin-yang divine eyes. The auras that the infinity water unleashed seemed to be black and white too. After the slashing of the infinity water, everybody felt a lot less pressure. Han Fei said indifferently, "Let's keep going." After another 800 meters, Han Fei and the others found themselves in a space that had a radius of 500 meters. Above them was a cylindrical hollow 1,000 meters high. On the walls around, enchanting pupas were everywhere. Lu Renquang gasped. hard, wondering how long it would take for him to swallow them. At the center of the space, the most eye-catching thing was an enormous clam shell that was almost 100 meters long. The clam shell was opened, and a gentle woman in revealing clothes was staring at Han Fei and the others with a smile. There were all kinds of pearls inside the clam shell, including high-quality pearls, ultra-quality pearls, black pearls, and colorful pearls. Someone was standing before the shell. It was none other than Jiang Tong. However, Jiang Tong was dazed at this moment as if he didn't know Han Fei at all. Observing through the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei saw that Jiang Tong was tied up with the narrow invisible lines. Clam girls? Luo Xiaobai frowned. There are rumors about the clam girls, but not many. They're said to be a gentle intelligent species in the sea. Why does this? 1. Han Fei said casually, this one is evil. Jiang Tong is controlled by her. But that's not important. Zhang Xuanyu, you'll deal with him. Don't forget to put a leaf in your mouth. Don't be bewildered by the pearl in his hand. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, all right. Luo Xiaobai said, Lu Renquang, you'll take care of the pupas. Lu Renquang said grimly, oh okay. The woman in the clamshell said, you have to blame yourselves for noticing his anomaly, or I wouldn't have tried to deal with you. Han Fei sneered. Is that why you let him lure us to this place? Han Fei stepped forward, and Luo Xiaobai frowned and circled Han Fei with her vines. At the same time, all kinds of veins were growing in the cavern. Bluish flowers emerged among the vine leaves and waited to blossom. Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind and walked to the clam girl, while he secretly unleashed the void lines. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei took the risk to move forward only because he wanted to find out how strong the clam girl was, or if she was alive at all. His head was dizzy when he saw the result. Information popped up in his head. Name: Enchanting Clam Demon. Introduction: In the primordial age, a clam girl with a special bloodline perished and resurrected by absorbing the remaining souls in the sea. For some reason, she mutated into an enchanting clam demon. She can control mystic lines to bewilder creatures. Anything that's controlled for long will create a soul-charming pearl and be forced to respect her as a master. Level 62. Spiritual Energy, 24,520. Demon Heritage, Level 7, Mid-Quality. Level C Spirit. Technique: Enchantment. Associated Spirit: Star Shell. Unabsorbable. Note: the star shell can create a mysterious independent space, which will wear out anything in it and turn it into a glittering pearl in the end. Han Fei's blood was freezing, and this was a real sea spirit level expert, not a timid creature such as the wind sky wings. Also, Han Fei saw that even though the enormous shell was covered in dirt, it was still very thick and emitted the color of jade in some parts. Han Fei didn't even dare to cancel the yin-yang divine eyes. He suspected that the clam was exactly the star shell. Han Fei was more or less scared. He sensed that his strength was weakened by about 10%. Han Fei instantly roared, use your spiritual energy protective covers. Also, this space is eating away our strength. After that, Han Fei looked at the clam demon and said, you're just a new sea spirit. Are you sure you want to fight us? When Han Fei mentioned sea spirit, Luo Xiaobai and the others changed their expressions. A sea spirit was as strong as a law enforcer in their eyes. Luo Xiaobai instantly reminded him, Han Fei, the sea spirits usually have special talents. How did you find out? With your special eyes? The clam girl smiled and spoke in a soul-stirring rhythm. Han Fei stepped back and looked at the clam girl. We'll kill you if you don't. Open the space in 3 seconds. While Han Fei talked, he secretly extended the void lines into the shell. The clam girl's smiling face was frozen, and she instantly closed the clam. She somehow sensed fear a moment earlier. Seeing her reaction, Han Fei knew that the void lines made her feel a sense of crisis. Attack. Without a word, Han Fei squeezed the jade slip in his hand. That was the ancient mark Mu Jiar gave him that he had never used. Immediately, a terrifying pillar of flames was launched towards the clam girl. Creak, clang, The noise of the collision echoed in the space. The strike of a peak-level hidden fissure was easily blocked by the clam shell. Almost at the same time, all the enchanting pupas in the cavern cracked. Purple flames that were almost insubstantial surged out. Some of the pupas didn't turn into purple flames, but wriggling worms that were attached to the wall, as if they were taking precautions against Lurenquang's sky-swallowing technique. Violent war body, majestic mystic spell. Lurenquang's skin became red as if he were on fire. Faced with someone as strong as a sea spirit, he certainly did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Divine Turtle Shield, Ultimate Defense. It was the power that Lurenquang acquired from the mysterious old turtle in the level 3 fishery. He protected himself with that. Why did Lurenquang only protect himself? Because everybody had their own mission, and his mission was to block the enchanting pupas. Grand sky-swallowing technique. As a big hole was opened, the purple flames and a lot of the worms that were stuck to the wall were removed and swallowed by him. Zhang Xuanyu roared with a tough soul, fuse. In the shadow of overwhelming blood, a ferocious shark disappeared into Zhang Xuanyu's body. He went straight to Jiang Tong with bloodshot eyes. Jiang Tong's eyes glittered, and he took out 2 long sabers. A bloody shell appeared, covering him with a red piece of armor and doubling his combat ability. Momentary time. Zhang Xuanyu had naturally made use of the majestic mystic spell too. He dare not underestimate someone under the control of a sea spirit at all. Since Jiang Tong had been enchanted, he was probably a simple puppet. Luo Xiaobai looked around. Lurenquang was unleashing a terrifying attraction. Force, but the worms were not all absorbed by him. Some of them crawled down the wall. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. You have to deal with the clam demon. We can't attack her unless her shell is broken. As she talked, her pupils became white, and demonic flowers blossomed in the cavern, sending out a colorful fog. With an intimidating expression, Han Fei summoned the Overlord and sent a blue soul fire into the Overlord's body. Swish, clang. Clang. Clang, The terrifying power of Snowmorn fell upon the star shell. The magnificent and powerful attack shattered the dirt that covered the star shell. Instantly, a green glittering shell appeared, with white marks that resulted from Snowmorn's slashing. Aha! A shriek came out of the star shell. How can you possibly have a sea quelling bizarre treasure? Han Fei sneered. What about the sea quelling bizarre treasure? You're just a sea spirit that can't do anything except enchant us. Die. Dang. Dang, Inside the star shell, the clam girl played a piece of weird music, which echoed in the air. Zhang Xuanyu, who had just stabbed his spear into Jiang Tong's stomach, staggered and started spinning, as if he were caught in an illusion. Lu Renquang's eyes lost focus too. His sky-swallowing technique seemed as though it would stop at any moment. Luo Xiaobai vomited blood. She had no advantages at all in the battle here. The shell, whose body was as pure as jade, was clearly not something that she could break. She felt like she was about to be caught in an illusion too. In the end, she saw that Zhang Xuanyu stabbed his spear at Han Fei. She hurriedly dragged Zhang Xuanyu away. Han Fei's expression changed greatly. His head was in chaos, and everybody was blurry in his eyes. However, the Yinyang divine eyes seemed able to see through illusions, so he flapped his wings and came 100 meters away, before he smashed his fists at Jiang Tong, who was slashing his long saber at Zhang Xuanyu. Boom. Jiang Tong was manipulated, but his strength hadn't really been increased to a high level yet. Even hidden fissures, faced with Han Fei's fists that were boosted by the Overlord's technique, would be killed unless they were as sturdy as the star shell. After so many days of battle, Han Fei's force had already surpassed 2 million kilograms. Plus the enhancement of the Overlord's technique, he could launch a force of almost 16,000 tons. In the life and death moment, he couldn't hide his strength as he usually did. Under his strike, Jiang Tong almost crumbled. The terrifying force hit the star shell and rolled it on the ground until it crashed into the wall heavily. Even the wall was starting to crack, and the rocks up above were falling one after another. Han Fei opened his mouth and had a mouthful of the candle dragon blood. Although the candle dragon blood was only enough for 5 uses, Han Fei didn't care. He had energy fruits even if he didn't have the candle dragon blood, and he was confident of beating his enemy. The pleasant music came to an end. Han Fei was certain that even though the star shell was above level 60, it couldn't have remained safe and sound after taking his sacrificing punch. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were both stunned. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, "What did I do?" Luo Xiaobai breathed heavily. Lu Renquang, keep swallowing. Lu Renquang hummed a response and used the sky-swallowing technique again. He looked at the wall that was full of cracks, astonished at the damage that Han Fei had caused. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly inserted an ultra-quality demonic stone into the Overlord's body. The star shell had survived the Overlord's consecutive strikes, but the Overlord had run out of battery after only 20 strikes. He could only replace it. Luo Xiaobai didn't waste the opportunity either. The cavern was already covered by various plants. When Han Fei bombarded the star shell, it slightly opened its mouth. That was the opportunity that Luo Xiaobai waited for. She stuffed the vines into the shell, through the opening. Unfortunately, the star shell was closed again after only a few vines were inserted. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai pointed her finger. Deep blue, poison explosion. The clam girl's voice echoed in the air. I didn't expect that a junior hidden fisher would be so powerful. However, you'll die sooner or later if you can't break the shell. Han Fei sneered. Let's see. Han Fei flew to the sky and activated the agility of wind. He rushed as quickly as lightning and accumulated his momentum. Han Fei was like a streak of light. Under the boost of the agility of wind, he estimated that even Yi Baiyu would have been amazed by his speed if the guy were here. Hide behind Lu Renquang's shield. Luo Xiaobai quickly dragged Zhang Xuanyu and hid behind the turtle shield. In the next second, sparks were caused in the air because of friction. Boom. The terrifying speed and strength were unleashed. Boom. The rock wall was instantly shattered, and Han Fei punched the star shell dozens of meters into the mountain. Crack. The star shell cracked. Han Fei clutched it with the void chains and filled himself with a mouthful of candle dragon blood when he exited. His arms were already bleeding. However, with madness flashing in his eyes, he struggled to pull the clam girl out. Haha. You're just a clam girl. Although you're good at enchanting, I can kill you easily because I can't be enchanted. Han Fei attempted to catch the clam girl's soul with the void lines, but the void lines didn't catch anything, as if the enormous clam didn't have a soul. Is it on the shell? Dang. At this moment, an overwhelming wave of music came down like a river. The clam girl stopped talking, as she could control Han Fei's teammates even though she couldn't control him. Instantly, Lu Renkuang stopped the sky-swallowing technique and launched his weapons at Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu. Because of his high soul power, Zhang Xuanyu didn't attack anyone. But he was struggling and seemed to be losing control too. Luo Xiaobai's face was bleeding, but she wasn't enchanted. Her soul seemed to be protected. Abundant vines covered herself and Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei simply flashed to Lu Renkuang and knocked him away. Clang. The Overlord attacked the star shell crazily. Unfortunately, the sea-quelling bizarre treasure was only powerful in the right hands. The Overlord, as strong as an advanced hidden fisher, couldn't really hurt the shell. Han Fei thought that he was wielding great power, but he only caused a few cracks on the star shell. There was still a long way to go if he wanted to break it. Seeing that everybody was about to be enchanted, including Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei quickly sent 3 void lines to each of them. Han Fei shouted, "Don't resist." Realizing that something wasn't right, Luo Xiaobai struggled to say, "I have treasures to protect my soul." Hearing that, Han Fei darted the void lines towards Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu. Hearing what Han Fei said, Zhang Xuanyu didn't resist, but Lu Renkuang had been fully captivated and was fighting crazily. Han Fei simply sent 3 void lines to Lu Renkuang and split them into 9. Instantly, Han Fei saw a lot of pictures and information. For example, the fatty had been overweight since he was several years old. For example, Lu Renkuang was so hungry that he had to pick food everywhere before he showed his spiritual heritage. For example, Lu Renkuang didn't have parents at all. They seemed to have perished in a fishery a long time ago. Han Fei quickly stopped snooping through their souls. In the next moment, Lu Renkuang calmed down, and the million knife art was back. Zhang Xuanyu's face was slightly twisted, and Luo Xiaobai resisted the charming music too. Regaining his strength, Han Fei looked at the star shell. "How many of those attacks do you think I can perform?" There was no reply from the star shell. Han Fei launched exactly the same attack. A moment later. Boom. Crack. The stones were collapsing, but infinity water swept above Han Fei's head. This time, he extended 4 void lines into the shell fast enough. In fact, Han Fei had refined all the dragon vines when he returned from the Wind Sky Canyon to the Scattered Stars Island. There were 10 of them in total, and 9 were from Han Guanshu. As usual, Han Fei controlled Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu by splitting 1 line into 3, and he was going to deal with the clam girl with the last 6. void lines. Unfortunately, the clamshell was closed after he only sent 4 into it. With Han Fei's thought, the 4 void lines were split up into 12 and moved randomly inside the shell. There was no telling what he caught, but Han Fei felt horrible and his face was bleeding. A powerful soul was mauling his own. The enchanting clam demon, to enchant others, naturally boasted a powerful soul. When Han Fei tried to steal her soul, her counterattack instantly put him at a disadvantage. Han Fei was quite shocked. He felt lucky that his soul had been growing faster than usual, thanks to the help of the God-scaring painting. He also felt lucky that he acquired unowned souls in the 72-floor soul realm, or he would have been crushed in the first round. Huh? The God-scaring painting? Han Fei instantly remembered the God-scaring painting. Although he had only memorized 60 pieces, no more than 1/10 of the painting, it was his lifesaver at this moment. Come on, you are a divine painting anyway. Aha! A devastating scream spread out of the star clam. Han Fei coughed blood and subconsciously opened his eyes. He grinned as he found that the trick was working. Although he didn't remember the entirety of the God-scaring painting, and he didn't know if it could kill the enemy, he realized that it was useful and had slightly opened the clam. The clam girl was too busy fighting Han Fei at this moment. Naturally, she went easy on the others. The Overlord had run out of battery again and stayed where it was. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself and hurriedly controlled the vines to squeeze into the clam. At that moment, Han Fei felt a great mental pressure that forced him to close the shell. However, there was no way that Han Fei would do that. The remaining 2 void lines were sent into the shell too. Han Fei turned mad. It took him 5 void lines to subdue the Wind Sky Wing. This thing was 1 level lower than the Wind Sky Wing. How could he not take it down with 6 void lines? Furthermore, Han Fei crazily quit his state of fusion and roared, "Little Black, go in there and bite her." Han Fei collected Little White back to forge the universe while he fought the clam girl. Little Black swam into the opening, accompanied by a lot of vines. Aha! The devastating scream echoed again. He could totally imagine how crazily Little Black was biting. If the clam girl was bold enough to enchant Little Black, Han Fei would have been even more delighted. Little Black in a crazy state was frightening, even to him. Of course, there was also the possibility that the clam girl was so strong that she could kill Little Black directly. Therefore, Han Fei was gambling. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to summon Little White or Little Black anytime soon. If he won, he would win the battle. As long as either Little White or Little Black was alive, the other wouldn't die. That was Han Fei's trump card. Ah! The devastating scream came one after another. Han Fei attempted to control the clam girl. Weird and bloody scenes popped up in his head. Scenes of a terrifying battle. Judging from the incomplete pictures, one between sea demons and humans. He saw swords that rose to the sky. A clam seemed to be trying to stop them, but the clam was then cut apart. After that, the pictures were no longer battlefields, but countless wriggling, enchanting pupas that trapped the pearl divers. About 10 seconds later, Han Fei found that it was getting easier and easier. It seemed that the star shell couldn't close again, and Han Fei saw vines and seaweeds growing from the shell. We're winning. Han Fei recalled the void lines from Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang and pressed them deep into the clam. So far, all the 10 void lines were attached to the clam girl and the star. shell. What slightly confused Han Fei was that, even though the struggle was less powerful than before, he didn't feel like everything was under control. Is it because my soul isn't powerful enough? When Han Fei and the clam girl fought each other mentally, he heard the clam girl begging for mercy in a pitiful voice. Spare me, please spare me. I can respect you as a master. Zhang Xuanyu had already come back to himself, and Lu Renquang held his head on the ground and tried to raise it. Zhang Xuanyu cursed, Han Fei, don't trust this witch. Her voice has an enchanting power. Kill her. Luo Xiaobai said only one word, kill. Let me go. I have treasures. I have information about the sea. Quelling bizarre treasures. Han Fei yelled, what do you know? You think I'm crazy for sea quelling? Bizarre treasures? As he talked, Han Fei controlled the infinity water to cut into the shell. His advantages were greater and greater, and the star shell opened more and more widely too. Under the dual attacks from Luo Xiaobai and Little Black, Han Fei endured less and less resistance. The clam girl stopped shouting, and Han Fei fell into silence too. Han Fei thought that he would simply kill the clam girl no matter what she said. But Han Fei paused for a moment, as he saw the sea token as well as someone he didn't know at all in the clam girl's soul. Han Fei instantly said, Xiaobai, stop. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei and stopped attacking. But Han Fei didn't stop Little Black. He said coldly, you'd better tell us where the sea quelling painting is before you're eaten. The boneyard, I'm sure it's in the boneyard. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Where's the boneyard? The clam girl shrieked. Let me go. Let me go. I'll tell you everything. Han Fei sneered. You'd better tell me an accurate location before you're eaten up. You're already disabled anyway. I wouldn't mind letting you go. The choice is yours. Han Fei was performing a divination. Of course, he was not predicting where the boneyard was. He wasn't capable of doing that. He was only predicting if the clam girl was tricking him. He was pretty confident in his ability with such simple yes or no questions. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, you'd better think carefully before you talk. I know all the dangerous areas near the Scattered Stars Island. It's in the underground city, the underground city. Luo Xiaobai snapped, there's no such thing as an underground city near the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei, however, was slightly surprised, as the clam girl didn't seem to be lying. However, he played along with Luo Xiaobai and said, I've never heard about the underground city. Unless you tell us where its entrance is, I think you're lying to us. I don't know the entrance. I learned the location from a human eye. Swallowed. Maybe it's right in the Sea of Pearls. Han Fei put on a smile. You must be lying. Die. Xiaobai, do it. Shameless human beings. Spare me. While begging for mercy, the clam girl finally died. Her body no longer belonged to her, and half of the flesh inside the star shell was eaten by Little Black. Han Fei even saw that Little Black flashed, which indicated a level up. Recalling Little Black, Han Fei was going to say something to Luo Xiaobai when he sensed that a violent soul was surging at him through the void lines. Han Fei instantly sat down. Protect me. Han Fei found another usage for the divine manipulation technique. It could not only deprive someone else of their control over their body, but also claim the unowned soul of a dead creature. However, Han Fei didn't dare to extract the entirety of the unowned soul. Only No more than 1/10 of the clamgirl's soul was pulled back by the void lines. Nevertheless, the part that was extracted was still a lot. Han Fei sensed that the unowned soul extracted by the void lines wasn't as rampant as before and was acceptable. So, he claimed the unowned soul without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, Han Fei fully digested the unowned soul. He quickly looked at his information. Owner, Han Fei. Level 51, Junior Hidden Fisher. Spiritual energy, 4,619,667, 23,886. Spiritual power, 392/3, 392. Perception range, 31,999 meters. Spiritual heritage, level 7, low quality. Spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 46. Main art, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing, heaven. Level, divine quality. Han Fei found that his spiritual power had increased by more than 200 points. He instantly grinned. Great. As expected of a sea spirit. The increase of spiritual power is even greater than that of a level up. When Han Fei opened his eyes, Lu Renquang had already recovered. He shouted and said, "We need to get out of here. This place isn't very stable." Han Fei looked around, only to see cracks on the wall everywhere. The cavern looked as though it would collapse at any moment. Luo Xiaobai pointed at the green star shell and said, "This must be the source. Why don't you claim it and refine it?" Han Fei looked at the star shell. He had no doubt that the entire space here was established by the shell. Han Fei instantly walked forward and laid his hand on the shell. He cut his hand and let the blood drip. However, the star shell showed no reaction. "Huh? You don't acknowledge my blood?" Han Fei imprinted his soul on it. In the next second, the scenes around them changed, and they were back to the sea. There was a tiny green shell in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei spread out his senses, only to discover that someone was flying on a boat 30 kilometers away. Immediately, Han Fei said telepathically, "Our battle with the clam girl seemed to have attracted the attention of the outside world. Let's get out of here and pretend to be nobody, An hour later, Han Fei and his teammates looked at each other on the wind god boat in bewilderment. They had encountered at least 10 teams on their way. Fortunately, none of them had a law enforcer, or they would have noticed Han Fei's team. Having run far enough, Han Fei's team pretended to be hunting for treasures and searched the area. After only 100 seconds, someone passed by. The man happened to be a law enforcer. He was surprised to see Han Fei's team. "When did you come?" Han Fei pretends to be stunned. "We just got here." The law enforcer looked at Han Fei's temporary permit and the 6-star waist tag and nodded. The noise was quite big, but there was no sign of purple flames. "Be careful." Then, the law enforcer left, and Han Fei and his teammates didn't know what to say. Lu Renquang said unhurriedly, "We seem to be quite lucky." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "We were almost caught by the law enforcer." Han Fei said, "Let's fly in the sky." Lu Renquang, "You'll fly the boat anywhere you want, but don't be too fast. I'll check our spoils." All their spoils were kept inside the star shell. The moment he came back, Han Fei had already discovered that the star shell contained an enormous space with a radius of 20 kilometers, which was much better than the Sunmoon shell. It was even bigger than Forge the Universe. Unfortunately, there weren't many treasures. what Han Fei found and took out. First was a sea token. Luo Xiaobai remarked in surprise, "It's the same as yours." Zhang Xuanyu was delighted. "I wonder if the token can only be used by one person exclusively. It'll be great if we each have one." "Han Fei, do you have any more of them?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Do you think that these things are just everywhere to be seen? I suspect that this sea token was left by a heavenly talent who was killed by the clam demon." Luo Xiaobai gave the sea token to Han Fei. "You can keep it for now. Let's see how useful the token is later." Lu Renquang nodded. "It isn't safe to keep the token. Don't you remember how long the Sun family hunted Han Fei for the token?" Han Fei grinned. "2 sea tokens is a nice collection. I don't mind." Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei and asked, "Where's the boneyard? What is the sea quelling painting? I'm pretty sure there are no underground cities." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. "You don't know that?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head in confusion. "Should I?" Han Fei laughed. "Maybe I'm just overthinking. Chao Qiao knows something about it. What I'm about to say is probably a secret." Han Fei didn't keep it a secret from Luo Xiaobai and the others. They trusted each other after all the life and death experiences they went through. Although this adventure was so dangerous that they were still uneasy, it was not really a bad thing. This adventure informed them of the dreadfulness of the treasure troves and mysterious events near the Scattered Stars Island, which could easily kill hidden fishers. The experience might not be a big deal to others, but it would definitely prompt Le Renquang to train harder. His face was grim at this moment. A moment later, Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, "It's related to the fall of the Thug Academy?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes. If my guess is correct, the Thug Academy fought certain people in the Thousand-Star City over the sea-quelling painting and lost. Then, it was reduced to its current poor conditions." Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. "Wait a moment, are we going to compete over something that so many experts failed to get?" Lu Renquang nodded quickly. "Right, the Thug Academy was crushed and didn't get the treasure? Besides, Han Fei, your big sword is a sea-quelling bazaar treasure? I always thought it was a divine weapon." Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu both looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu didn't take part in the battle in the demon forest, but Lu Renquang had told him what happened. It was obvious that Han Fei didn't tell the truth back then. Han Fei smiled innocently. "Would you believe me if I say that Xia Xiaochan left it for me?" Zhang Xuanyu tilted his head and asked, "Did Xia Xiaochan have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure?" Luo Xiaobai added, "If Xiaochan left a sea-quelling bizarre treasure for you, she would have at least left a divine weapon for us." "You think you can fool us?" Lu Renquang snorted. "Exactly." Han Fei scratched his head. "I knew I couldn't keep it a secret forever." "Fine. I acquired it from the Snow God's temple. You know the place, right?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes. It's the mission that you carried out before Xiaochan's disappearance." Han Fei nodded. "Yes, that's the place. Also, one other thing that I need to tell you is that if you ever acquire a high-quality divine weapon, don't let it acknowledge you immediately, or it will suck up your blood." Lu Renquang asked in surprise, "Really?" Han Fei sneered. "People like you who aren't even hidden fishers, in particular, can take sea-quelling bizarre treasures, but shouldn't claim them yet." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. I've heard this before. Zhang Xuanyu didn't really envy Han Fei for the sea-quelling bazaar treasures. He knew that Han Fei couldn't carry out their power anyway. In fact, there were too many items whose power Han Fei couldn't fully carry out. For example, Han Fei didn't dare to use Snowhorn, fearing that he would give his opponent an opportunity if his spiritual energy was all pumped away by one attack. For example, the needle hadn't acknowledged him yet, and he could only wield it as a big hard stick. For example, he didn't know any usage of the infinity water except for turning it into blades. And the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet. Han Fei had been wondering if he should claim it, as it was necessary for him to have an ultra-quality divine weapon. However, Han Fei wasn't sure if he would have to learn a sword technique if he got the cosmic sword. Although the cosmic sword innately carried a sword technique, Han Fei knew that he was never good with swords. Zhang Xuanyu said, acquiring one sea token is already so hard. I'm starting to doubt if we'll be killed before we can touch the painting in the bone yard. Lu Renquang quickly nodded. Yes, that's exactly my opinion too. Han Fei laughed. That's why I asked you to improve your strength quickly. To be honest, most of the people who compete for the sea-quelling painting will likely be our peer heavenly talents. We'll probably all participate. Luo Xiaobai exclaimed, Huh? We can go there without sea tokens? Han Fei said with a smile, That's just my guess. As far as I know, there are 99 sea tokens, but I don't believe that only 99 people will compete for it. I don't know the usage of the sea token just yet, but maybe I will later. Until then, we'll have to keep improving our capabilities. Lu Renquang took a deep breath and said, I'll make a breakthrough to be a hidden fisher when I return. Apart from the sea token that tempted everybody, there were few weapons that deserved attention inside the star shell. There were only several dozen ultra-quality spiritual weapons and 2 semi-divine weapons, left by poor victims. Han Fei gave all the ultra-quality spiritual weapons as well as a semi-divine saber to Lu Renquang. The other semi-divine weapon was a sword, and neither Luo Xiaobai nor Zhang Xuanyu needed it. Zhang Xuanyu was of a mind to let Han Fei refine a semi-divine stick for him, and Han Fei accepted his request. What excited Han Fei most was the items other than weapons. Han Fei said, more than 12,000 ultra-quality pearls, about 2,000 black pearls, 5,000 colorful pearls, and no more than 5,000 high-quality pearls. In terms of price, one black pearl equaled 100 high-quality pearls. In terms of value, one black pearl contained more than 100,000 points of spiritual energy, so the harvest from the black pearls amounted to more than 200 million. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, The black pearls are useful to me. You can split up the ultra-quality, high-quality, and colorful pearls. In Han Fei's opinion, all the other pearls combined weren't as valuable as the 2,000 black pearls. Although he had made the greatest contributions to the victory, his teammates had offered a lot of help too. Zhang Xuanyu protected Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai with his soul. Lu Renquang absorbed a huge number of enchanting pupas. Luo Xiaobai always seized the opportunity to fight alongside him inside the star shell. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei in surprise. The ultra-quality and black pearls cannot be traded with high-quality pearls. Why don't you take some ultra-quality pearls too? Zhang Xuanyu said, Yes. I think you're the one who needs spiritual energy the most. Han Fei was amused. Don't forget that I'm a spirit gatherer. Do you want them? Or not? If you don't, I'll just take all of them away. Luo Xiaobai and the others almost said at the same time, yes. As for the star shell itself, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and asked, do you know about star shells? Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. I only know of the sun-moon shell. Usually, the space that a dead sun-moon shell contains has a radius above 1,000 meters. The star shell might be an even rarer treasure than the sun-moon shell. Han Fei nodded. I'll keep it for now. If we find sun-moon shells later, you can have them. Han Fei had to keep the star shell, not really because he needed it, but because he found it impossible to take it out. He thought quickly. Doesn't it belong to me now? Why can't I take it out? However, there was no time for him to check it yet. He had to examine it in Forge the Universe another day. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head. We paid 400,000 high-quality pearls for the permit, but we've stayed here for only 1 day, right? Lu Renquang said regretfully, I wonder if we can ask for a refund. Luo Xiaobai explained, the temporary permits are refundable, but you can only get some of your money back. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's still better than nothing. I certainly do not intend to fight another clam girl in the Sea of Pearls. Lu Renquang nodded quickly. Yes. I don't want to eat any more worms either. Luo Xiaobai said casually, this trip to the Sea of Pearls indirectly proves that we're not strong enough. We might have been killed if Han Fei hadn't unleashed the force greater than a wave. Han Fei suddenly asked, right, Xiaobai, what does the force of a wave mean? Is it a unit? Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang looked at Luo Xiaobai too. They had never heard of such a term before. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, the force of one wave describes the slapping power of a wave and equals about 10 million kilograms. Experts measure strength with that. A hidden fisher may be able to unleash the force of one wave when they reach their peak. Luo Xiaobai stared at Han Fei while she talked, slightly surprised that Han Fei already had the force above one wave. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei too. Hiss. Doesn't it mean that Han Fei has more strength than a peak-level hidden fisher does? Lu Renquang was stunned too. Is he so strong? Luo Xiaobai said casually, not just a peak-level hidden fisher. When Han Fei uses the majestic mystic spell, he may have the power of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei remembered the tsunami. He read the news that an undersea earthquake caused a gigantic trench that was 100 kilometers wide, 1,000 kilometers long, and dozens of meters deep. The power caused by the earthquake equaled 1 million atomic bombs and vaporized humans and shores. Of course, the energy of all the sea water was much greater than that of a single wave, but Han Fei was still impressed by Luo Xiaobai's description. Was a force of 10 million kilograms equal to one wave? In that case, the maximal force he could unleash was close to 2 waves. Han Fei frowned. Xiaobai, are you sure that the force of one wave is 10 million kilograms? I think it should be greater. Luo Xiaobai said, I was talking about the force of one part of the wave. When you attack, you have to focus your strength on 1.2, so the calculation is correct. It's impossible to calculate the force of an entire tide. Han Fei slapped his thigh and said, hey, you're all capable of the majestic mystic spell. You're not far away from the force of one wave. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, nonsense. My force was about 0.6 million kilograms after I became a hidden fisher. Even if I'm fused with my spiritual beast and use the majestic mystic spell, I can unleash a force of 4 million kilograms at best. It's still far away from one wave. Lu Renquang rolled his eyes. Are you bragging here? Lu Renquang realized that he had to make a breakthrough as soon as possible, or he would really be left behind. On the next day, Han Fei and the others flew back to the Pearl Divers port. Unhurriedly. This time, they saw a lot of boats flying above the square carrying 6-star experts. They wondered if they were all here for the big earthquake from the previous night. Unfortunately, no purple flames emerged this time, and those people were bound to return with empty hands. When Han Fei's team came to the registration office, they found that the place was crowded. How could they ask for a refund when the place was swarmed? Zhang Xuanyu suggested, maybe we should just go. Lu Renquang said regretfully, but it's money. Han Fei suddenly grabbed his temporary permit and said, everybody, 4 temporary permits that won't expire in 19 days. First come, first serve. Zhang Xuanyu and the others all looked at Han Fei. Was that really possible? The crowd fell into silence. Then, someone quickly jumped to Han Fei. Bro. I'd like your temporary permit. Swish. Dozens of people emerged in front of Han Fei in all kinds of ways. Someone appeared as smoke, some jumped to him after a flash, and some rose from underneath the floor. All in all, Han Fei was surrounded by buyers after his call. Someone saw Luo Xiaobai and exclaimed, Ms. Luo, we met in the central city before. Can you give me your permit? Someone laid his hand on Lu Renquang's shoulder. Bro, I'll give you a higher price. Someone pushed away the person in front of Han Fei. Go away. I came here first. Stop cutting in line. A moment later, Han Fei and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Not only did they suffer no loss from the trip to the Sea of Pearls, but they had even earned 100,000 mid-quality pearls. The price of the temporary permits had risen. Zhang Xuanyu grinned at Han Fei. Han Fei, I find that you are a genius when it comes to making money. Lu Renquang nodded. Yes. I think we could have asked for a higher price. Luo Xiaobai said, training is more important. Han Fei didn't expect that he could be a scalper in such a place. This was really a profitable industry. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, enough. Is such a tiny amount of money really worth celebrating? When Han Fei was about to go, he saw that a few men wearing battle suits quickly came to the registration office with a big fish skin and then stuck the fish skin to the wall. Huh? An auction? Han Fei was briefly stunned. An auction is to be held at a moment like this? Luo Xiaobai said, it makes sense. A lot of people are coming to the Pearl Divers port, and they may be strong, which means that they are rich. It's easy to attract their attention by holding auctions right now. Lu Renquang said, look, a few treasures are introduced on it. There are semi-divine weapons, heaven-level techniques, and phoenix spirit ginseng. What's that? Han Fei's eyes instantly glittered. Wait a moment, this auction is to be held at nightfall tomorrow? Should we go there and check it out? Luo Xiaobai asked, are you interested? I think what you have is much more valuable than the items at the auction. Zhang Xuanyu quickly nodded. I do wonder if any semi-divine sticks will be auctioned off. Han Fei sneered. Even if there are you going to buy them? Can't you let me craft one for you? Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips. That's true. Lu Renquang said, then are we going to the auction or not? Han Fei chuckled. He was determined to get the Phoenix Spirit Ginseng, which he could exchange for the Spirit Awakening fluid from the old turtle. Han Fei shrugged. We're all curious, right? We've never been to such an auction before. Luo Xiaobai said casually, then we'll just stay for another night. The night fell. At the auction field in the Pearl Divers Port, a lot of people participated in the auction. The Pearl Divers Port ensured absolute fairness and safety in the transactions, so no participants at the auction were wearing masks or hiding their identity. Of course, few participants at the auction had fewer than 6 stars. Even if there were any, they were only here to open their eyes, or sell items. The auction field of the Pearl Divers Port was decorated in a special style. So many pearls had been embedded in the walls and furniture that they glittered under the light. When Han Fei and the others came in, one of the waiters came and asked, Sir, are you here to participate in the auction or do you have anything to sell? Han Fei asked, are there any requirements to participate in the auction? The waiter replied with a smile, the requirement for the heavenly talents that participate in the auction in the Pearl Divers Port is simple. All you need to do is prove your wealth. If you have more than 500,000 credit points or have many stars, you're allowed to participate. Han Fei still had a lot of credit points. He had obtained them from Mujiar and Guanqing Yan in the Wind Sky Canyon. So, everybody simply showed their waist tag, and the waiter examined them and said with a smile, would you like a private room or a public one? A private room, including tea service, only costs 1,000 high-quality pearls. Han Fei quickly paid the pearls. We'd like a private room. He didn't even need to think about that all. Not only was a private room fancier than a public room, but the customers inside the private rooms could also impress their competitors during the bidding while remaining anonymous. A moment later, Han Fei and his team came to a private room. There were snacks and beverages on the table. Zhang Xuanyu sat down next to Han Fei. Han Fei, it's said that a great horror is hidden underneath the Empyrean waterfall. Do you know what it is? Han Fei snorted. A big turtle. A big turtle? Lu Renquang couldn't help but ask in a low voice, like the rock holding turtle? Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's just as strong as a peak-level law enforcer and wouldn't hurt anyone actively. Luo Xiaobai didn't join their chit-chat but had been observing other private rooms through windows. Remote senses were blocked by the private rooms, but the naked eye couldn't be. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, there are a lot of acquaintances here. Han Fei and the others asked in surprise, where are they? Luo Xiaobai pointed at a private room on the other side of the round hall. Over there, Chao Jiaran. Han Fei and the others looked in that direction and saw Chao Jiaran at the window. Seeing that they were looking at her, she looked back at them casually. Luo Xiaobai continued, the third room, to Chao Jiaran's left. Zhang Wen is there. Han Fei had already noticed the guy, who always seemed ready to eat him alive whenever they met each other. However, Han Fei remembered what old Han said. The 7th level of the true spirit fishing art might be in the Zhang family, so he might have to make friends with Zhang Wen later. Zhang Xuanyu said, Li Hai and Li Baizhou are here too. And what's his name? From the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Luo Xiaobai corrected, Zhai Shun. Zhang Xuanyu nodded quickly. Yes, that's him. Han Fei craned his head out of the wind and looked around, only to catch sight Of Mu Ling. Mu Ling waved at Han Fei and said telepathically with a smile, where have you been hiding, Tengu? I haven't seen him in a long time, Han Fei replied with a smile, don't worry. He's working on an opportunity. Are you here alone, Mu Ling nodded. There's something I want at this auction. I'm here to compete for it, Han Fei didn't talk much to Mu Ling, as there were many high-star experts here, such as Sanue, who was next to Mu Ling's room. She was one of the captains back in the demon forest. When Han Fei observed her, he found that she had 7 stars and had secured 1,000 kills. Sanue was confused when Han Fei kept staring at him, as they didn't know each other at all. Luo Xiaobai pulled Han Fei back and said, behave and sit down. Han Fei chuckled. Are the auctions here always so fancy? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. As far as I know, not many heavenly talents usually gather here. There must be something special at this auction that called their attention. While stuffing dried fish into his mouth, Lu Renquang said, it's none of my business anyway. Han Fei, when are you going to craft semi-divine weapons or divine weapons? Can you upgrade the weapons in my weapon box? Huh. Han Fei rolled his eyes. How cheap do you think semi-divine weapons and divine weapons are? I can't afford upgrading all your weapons. Lu Renquang shrugged and ate sunflower seeds. Zhang Xuanyu remarked, good thing that I only need a stick. Luo Xiaobai chuckled. I don't need anything. Everyone. About an hour later. All the private rooms, and the hall downstairs was full of people. Then, a charming woman walked to the podium. The woman smiled and said, greetings, I'm Wang Jiao, the auctioneer for this session. You may call me Sister Jiao. This auction will start in 100 seconds. Please bid in order. You're allowed to release your senses and observe your competitors. Someone smiled. Jiao Jiao, just get it started already. I can't wait anymore. Wang Jiao smiled charmingly. How annoying. Call me Sister Jiao. Don't be hasty. The items are about to be served. Someone mumbled, I'm so addicted to her voice. While everybody talked and laughed, 100 seconds passed quickly. Very soon, a girl stepped up with a small wooden box in her hand. Wang Jiao slightly nodded her head. The girl opened the box and revealed a purple pill. Wang Jiao said, this is the first item of the auction. It's named the barrier breaking pill. I believe you all know its usage. If you're a peak level hanging fisher, your odds of a successful breakthrough will be improved by 30% after swallowing a barrier-breaking pill. Of course, you may ignore it if you're confident of yourself. The initial price is 3,000 high-quality pearls. Every raise must be higher than 100 high-quality pearls. The bidding starts now. Someone instantly shouted, 3,000, I'll take it. Someone proposed, 3,200, it's mine. 3,500, please show me some respect. Heh, do you think you deserve any respect? I'll pay 4,000. Very soon, the price for the barrier-breaking pill reached 6,000, and it was sold for 6,500 pearls. That was just the beginning. The pill was only useful to peak-level hanging fishers, so none of the hidden fishers took action. It meant that nobody in the private rooms did anything. Wang Jiao giggled. Congratulations. Our staff will give the barrier-breaking pill to you in a moment. Now, let's see our next item. The same girl showed up again with a plate that had a jade slip on it. Wang Jiao explained, it's an ancient battle technique found from a treasure trove that a lot of people here must know. The name of the technique is Sunset Book. It's a heaven-level, low-quality technique that can gather the power of the sun. It's suitable for those who have strong bodies. Its initial price is 50,000, and every raise must be no lower than 1,000. The bidding begins now. Zhang Xuanyu was slightly surprised. That's so cheap. Han Fei glanced at him. Why do you think it's cheap? It's just a low-quality technique, and the final price will definitely be much higher than the initial price. Someone on the second floor shouted, 60,000. Only armorists and soul warriors can use this technique. I'm sure not many people would want this. Right? Someone smiled. Hey, wait. I'll offer 80,000. Any higher bid? Someone said, 85,000. It's just a low-quality battle technique. Is the competition really worth it? After only one moment, the heaven-level, low-quality technique had been raised to 130,000, and they didn't stop bidding until the price reached 150,000. Han Fei licked his lips. I really feel like robbing them. Everyone. Lu Renquang remarked, they're willing to pay so much for a heaven-level, low-quality technique? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Its price would be even higher if it were sold in the logistics division. Lu Renquang smiled. That's true. A moment later, the third item was pushed out. It was kept in a water ball. Wang Jiao giggled. It's a mutation of the demonic sea anemones. It can reside in other creatures and grow fast. It's best for a manipulator as a contracted spiritual plant. The initial price is 60,000, and every raise must be higher than 1,000. The bidding starts now. Immediately, many girls stepped out. Someone said, 80,000. 100,000. 110,000. 150,000. Han Fei and the others were all shocked by the brutal bidding of women. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Is it good? Luo Xiaobai explained, not exactly, but it's quite special in that it's sturdy and can reside in another creature. 200,000. Han Fei was shocked to hear Luo Xiaobai's bid. You're paying 200,000 for something that isn't good, . Everybody fell quiet, and Wang Jiao spoke with a smile. 200,000 once. 200,000 twice. Deal. My friend from private room number 23, congratulations. Our staff will deliver the item to your room soon. Luo Xiaobai looked at everybody. It isn't very good, but it's quite rare and I can extract its features. Han Fei was lost for words. Why do I feel that I've seen this before? Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder. I feel like you've missed a lot. Han Fei had indeed seen the demon sea anemones when he escaped from the sea demon mountains, but he was too busy fleeing to pay attention to the insignificant anemones. Luo Xiaobai said, it doesn't matter. You don't know where you'll meet special spiritual plants at all. When Han Fei smacked his lips, Wang Jiao pushed out another water ball. Inside the water ball was a sealed fish that was gray and motionless inside the ball. If it weren't shown as an item, Han Fei would have thought that it was a dead fish. However, the private room wasn't far away from the podium, so Han Fei could see information. At this moment, information popped up in his eyes. Name: Hollow Nether Fish. Introduction: a very lazy fish. It will go stealth if it remains still for a long time. The hollow nether fish has a high spiritual power and can easily pierce through the enemy's mind. They can also swallow the opponent's soul. Level 53. Quality: exotic, ultra quality. Spiritual energy, 10,023 points. Effect: your focus will be improved after you eat this. It will help a lot with the cultivation of the meditating paintings. Collectible: hollow nether eyes. Absorbable. Before Han Fei said anything, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and said, "I want this fish too. I may need to borrow money from you." Han Fei grinned. "Okay, it seems that you know the fish." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "It's a hollow nether fish." Lu Renquang asked in confusion, "What's that?" Zhang Xuanyu punched him. "Why don't you just listen to her?" Wang Jiao said in a regretful voice, "A lot of you must have heard about the nether hollow fish, which are best partners to manipulators. They can help with the improvement of the soul and the concentration of the mind. This is a rarely seen level 53 hollow nether fish. The initial price is 100,000, and every raise must be higher than 10,000. This time, voices came out of all the private rooms. Someone said, 200,000. Someone followed closely, 300,000. Chao Jiaran suddenly opened her mouth, 500,000. Everybody in the hall was dumbfounded. Could a fish really be so expensive? In a private room on Han Fei's left side, someone said, 800,000. Chao Jiaran didn't bat an eye. 1 million. The girl on her opposite side gritted her teeth. 1,200,000. Chao Jiaran shot back, 1.5 million. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai joined the battle and said, 2 million. Hiss. Even the people in the private rooms gasped too, wondering how rich these women were. 2 million? Was that really the price of a fish? Chao Jiaran looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise too, but she wasn't too bothered. And simply went on, 3 million. Her bid put everybody else into silence. The girl who bid earlier was dumbfounded. Was this really the right way of bidding? Wang Jiao asked, "Customer in private room number 23, are you going to bid again?" "If no," Luo Xiaobai said calmly, 4 million. Where are these women from? Does money mean nothing to them? Someone remarked, "The auction has just begun, and they're already fighting so fiercely over a fish?" Chao Jiaran looked at Luo Xiaobai. 5 million. If you pay 6 million, it's yours. Luo Xiaobai said without hesitation, 6 million. Chao Jiaran sat down without saying anything. Han Fei smiled bitterly, wondering if Xiaobai really had that amount of money. Wang Jiao quickly settled the deal. 6 million once, 6 million twice. Deal. A moment later, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, lost for words. Are you crazy? 6 million high-quality pearls didn't seem a lot, but they equaled 600 million mid-quality pearls, which were gone because of Luo Xiaobai's bidding. Luo Xiaobai said, "I was rewarded with 5 million credit points from the last mission, and I have 3 million left. I also carry 2 million high-quality pearls. You need to lend me another million." Han Fei smiled helplessly, "Never mind, just bid as you will. There's always enough money for you." Zhang Xuanyu said casually, "Han Fei, if you put it that way, I'm feeling the urge to join the bidding too. Get lost." The atmosphere of the auction got intense because of Luo Xiaobai and Chao Jiaran. A bid of 6 million? Everybody was frightened by them. Han Fei remembered his divine manipulation technique. After killing the clam girl, he could absorb some of her soul. It was probably even more effective than the hollow nether fish. It meant that one of the divine manipulation technique's abilities was already worth a fortune. Another dozen items were shown, and almost every private room had joined the bidding, but none made an offer higher than 6 million. Han Fei acquired the Phoenix Spirit Ginseng for only 210,000. He didn't regret it at all. At this moment, 2 soul warriors carried what appeared to be a calf to the podium. It seemed heavy and covered under a fish skin. Wang Jiao said alluringly, the last 2 items were found from an underground relic. This one is so mysterious that we don't know what it is at all. It could have been a water-pacifying statue in the past. Please take a look. Wang Jiao lifted the fish skin, and Han Fei's eyes bulged at that moment. A buffalo? He was lost for words. He had expected something great, but it turned out to be an exquisite buffalo that had all kinds of weird engravings. Han Fei didn't know what it was, but he knew that the buffalo couldn't be simple. Wang Jiao claimed that it was from a relic, so it had to be a prehistoric relic, or there couldn't have been buffaloes. Immediately, someone asked, Jiao Jiao, what is it? Someone was stunned. I don't recognize this thing, or the patterns on it. What is this thing for? Wang Jiao smiled. It's exactly because nobody recognizes it, that it's being auctioned. Why else would such a weird statue be auctioned? Someone asked, Jiao Jiao, can you tell us the purpose of this item? What can I get from it? Wang Jiao shook her head. I don't know. Just because we don't understand this treasure doesn't mean nobody else can. The initial price for this item is 500,000, and every raise must be higher than 10,000. The bidding starts now. However, nobody bid at all after a long time. Wang Jiao asked again, is there no bidder at all? I'll ask 3 times. If there isn't a bidder, we will pass this item. Is there no bidder? Is there 500,000? Han Fei opened his mouth. Everybody looked at private room number 23. Han Fei said, I can buy this item. But can you tell me the location of the relics where it was found? Wang Jiao smiled. Guest in private room number 23, I'm sorry, but the relics are already ruined and we've recovered whatever could be recovered. Do you still want it? Han Fei pretended to be silent for a moment, before he said, fine. I'll take it. Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei, wondering if there was any secret behind the weird item. Other people were thinking the same. Someone intended to bid against Han Fei. But on second thought, they realized that it would be a waste of money if they didn't know what the item was for. Zhang Wen suddenly said from his private room, 510,000. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Wen and thought that he probably had to put off making friends with the Zhang family and acquiring the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. He decided to kill this guy immediately next time they met. Zhang Wen felt rather scared when Han Fei glanced at him. Wang Jiao asked, do you intend to bid again, number 23? Han Fei smiled. No. If he wants it, he can have it. I simply wanted to know the location of the relics. Pooh. Zhang Wen almost vomited blood. Did that guy want someone to propose a higher bid? Wang Jiao giggled too. Is there a higher bid? 510,000 once, 51,000 twice. When Wang Jiao was about to sit down, Mu Ling suddenly said from her booth, 600,000. Wang Jiao looked at Zhang Wen. Number 37, are you going to bid again? Zhang Wen shook his head. No. He only bid against Han Fei to upset him. He was quite happy that someone took it over from him. Han Fei didn't expect Mu Ling to help either. He had just intended to ask Chao Jiaran to bid for him, but Mu Ling already took it over. Mu Ling winked at Han Fei, and Han Fei slightly nodded, indicating that he knew she did it for him. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, do you know the creature? Han Fei nodded. I've seen it in the snow god's temple. Han Fei thought to himself, wouldn't I be an idiot if I didn't know what a buffalo was, It was the first time Han Fei had seen a buffalo in this world. Well, although it was just a statue, it was evidently based on a buffalo. A stick. All of a sudden, Zhang Xuanyu pointed at a stick that was being handed over to the podium. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. The item was a purple and red long stick. It was at least a semi-divine weapon. In Han Fei's eyes. No wonder Zhang Xuanyu became so interested. Lu Renquang mumbled, do they really sell sticks here? Han Fei instantly said, Xuanyu, let me tell you, the items here are very expensive. Why don't you gather some spiritual energy? I can craft weapons for you after we come back. Tempted, Zhang Xuanyu said, let's see how much it costs first. Wang Jiao smiled alluringly. This stick is from the same ancient relics where the divine statue was dug out. Also, it's a low-quality divine weapon. I'm sure you know how valuable it is. Zhang Xuanyu breathed heavily. Han Fei, that's a low-quality divine weapon. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I heard her. There's no need to repeat. Let's see what the final price will be. Divine weapons were very precious on the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei had not seen a lot of them. They were usually not available on the market even if one had enough money. Wang Jiao said, the initial price of this stick is 2 million. Every new bid must be at least 10,000 higher than the last one. Zhang Wen simply said, 5 million. Those who don't have money, just quit. Make your bid on this basis. Shi Sanyue stood out and said, how about we start from 8 million? Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu and patted his shoulder. As your brother, I won't lie to you. I can craft a low-quality divine weapon for you. Buying it will be too costly. Han Fei was rather shocked himself. How could a divine weapon be so expensive? If he were to craft 2 daggers with the essence of wind, wouldn't he make several hundred million? Gudu. Han Fei swallowed, envisioning the fortune he could make. Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei in shock and said telepathically, wait, are you saying you can make divine weapons, Han Fei nodded slightly. Immediately, Lu Renquang's eyes were filled with passion. Even Luo Xiaobai looked at him too. Han Fei coughed. I need spiritual energy. I can craft weapons for you with 200 million points of spiritual energy. Everyone. At this moment, the bid had reached 16 million. Han Fei clicked his tongue, amazed by the lunatics. Zhang Wen shouted, 18 million. Is anybody else playing too? Han Fei smiled casually. 20 million. Zhang Xuanyu and the others instantly looked at Han Fei with a stun. Can't you make weapons on your own? Why are you bidding? Zhang Wen looked at Han Fei with an awful expression. Do you have that amount of money? Han Fei clicked his tongue. I have plenty of money. The problem is, do you? Zhang Wen was so angry that he laughed. Are you kidding me? Money is the last thing I'm short of. 21 million. Han Fei shot back, 22 million. Zhang Wen gnashed his teeth. 25 million. Han Fei fell into silence and stared at Zhang Wen. You're indeed rich. I simply bid against you to annoy you. Pooh. Everybody was stunned. The auction was over, and all the items were delivered to him. However, there was one thing that they didn't win, the buffalo that Mu Ling bought. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were studying the buffalo curiously. Luo Xiaobai, however, summoned the blue cannibal flower and extended its root into the sea anemone. Very soon, the sea anemone was dried up. As for the hollow nether fish, it had already gone stealth, probably because it had been still for a long time. Han Fei tried the eyes of true vision and didn't see anything. He didn't detect the hollow nether fish with his senses either. In such a way, Han Fei finally confirmed the value of the hollow nether fish. Han Fei asked, Xiaobai, I remember that you had a stealthy jellyfish as your contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll cancel the contract immediately. The stealthy jellyfish doesn't work very well. The hollow nether fish is more valuable to a manipulator even than a legendary contractual spiritual beast is. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai contracted the hollow nether fish on the spot. Han Fei remembered that Luo Xiaobai had contracted a divine seaweed octopus back in the wall of seaweed. She always had high standards about her contractual spiritual beasts. About 10 minutes later, the hollow nether fish successfully became Luo Xiaobai's contractual spiritual beast. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, on the other hand, were examining the buffalo's horns on its back. Zhang Xuanyu asked in a low voice, what do you think the horns are made of? If we knock them off and ask Han Fei to refine them, can they be crafted into divine weapons? Lu Renquang shook his head. I don't think so. If these could be materials for a divine weapon, how could they have been sold for several 100,000? High-quality pearls? Zhang Xuanyu remarked, that's true. I don't think we bought anything at the auction. Lu Renquang said in disdain, we're too poor. But that's all right. Han Fei is rich. Zhang Xuanyu quickly nodded, showing his agreement with Lu Renquang's words. Han Fei was lost for words. If you're trying to rip me off, would you please at least communicate telepathically? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled and jumped off from the buffalo. I don't know what this thing is exactly, but its materials don't seem very good. The only things mysterious about it are the messy lines and words. Han Fei stepped forward and stored the buffalo into Forge the Universe, before he pushed them forward. Let's go back to the Scattered Stars Island and continue training. You two held us back on this trip. You almost got killed. Sir, please wait a moment. When Han Fei was about to leave, a waiter stopped him. Han Fei frowned. What's wrong? The waiter said, Sir, this is the first time you've come to the auction field of the Pearl Divers Port. According to our rules, you will permanently have a free private room here after you spend more than 1 million high-quality pearls. Han Fei was lost for words. I cannot understand businessmen like you. Is a permanent free private room really something? Do we look like we can't pay 1,000 high-quality pearls? The waiter was slightly embarrassed. He thought to himself, that's just the way that my auction field attracts big clients, Luo Xiaobai accepted the privilege card from the waiter and glared at Zhang Xuanyu, who seemed too arrogant for someone who had so little money. Of course, that was just a minor incident. Han Fei's attention had already been focused on the twisted jungle, on the scattered stars island. After Han Fei came back, he said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, "You can get back to your business. There's something I must do." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "Okay." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Han Fei, is it about the underground city? Are you sure the news about the underground city is true?" Han Fei said casually, "Whether or not it's true, I have to learn more about it." Lu Renquang shouted, "Don't be too fast. Wait for me. I'm planning to make a breakthrough first. After my breakthrough, I'll go to the Wind Sky Canyon and get a pair of wings." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "There's no need to rush. I don't think it will be useful without enough sea tokens even if we go there." Saying goodbye to Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei flew right towards the twisted jungle. This time, he ignored the arrays that old Jiang set up. All the venomous grasses and worms on the way were simply crushed. The tricky arrays that old Jiang set up were simply destroyed by Han Fei with violence. He didn't have time to come up with solutions at all. Considering old Jiang's personality, he would only increase the difficulty of the arrays every time he passed them. It never occurred to old Jiang that Han Fei was never predictable. So, when Han Fei broke through the arrays, old Jiang was so pissed that his beard was almost flying. Old Jiang yelled, "What a short-tempered and inconsiderate guy. He could crack the arrays quickly. Does he have to be so hasty?" Tanga raised his head in surprise. "Senior, is Han Fei here?" Old Jiang said angrily, "Stay focused. Don't get distracted." A moment later, Han Fei broke in and cried, "Old man, a major discovery. Is Sister Qin not back yet?" Old Jiang snorted heavily. "You'll rearrange all my arrays when you go. Did you see how many creatures you killed on your way here?" Han Fei ignored old Jiang and looked at Tengu in surprise. "Huh? You're here too, Tengu?" "Humph." The heavy snort echoed in the air, and Tengu had to concentrate his attention under the shock. Han Fei even suspected that the furnace would explode again. Han Fei mumbled, "We'll talk later. You should focus on alchemy, which is even more dangerous than refining. Your furnace might explode anytime." Old Jiang glanced at Han Fei and said, "What are you so hasty about? Is it because you got a wind god pearl?" Han Fei asked in surprise, "Huh? How did you know that?" Old Jiang said in disdain, "Do you even need to ask? How can Xiaoqi not know the appearance of a wind god pearl? However, I'm told you've been close to a girl at the Empyrean waterfall." "What's that about?" Han Fei sniffed. "It's completely under control. Do you not know what a decent man I am? Do you have any decency at all?" Han Fei said gloomily, "Enough chit-chat. I've learned something about the boneyard." Old Jiang's hand slightly shivered. Then, he asked solemnly, "Where is it?" "Xiaoqin has been searching for a long time, to no avail." "Did you find something?" Tengu pricked his ears. Boneyard? What's that place, Han Fei said, "Old Jiang, have you ever heard about the underground city?" "Huh?" Old Jiang was rarely grave. "It's a collapsed land. On the scattered stars island, there's a legend that an ancient city is buried somewhere at the bottom of the sea. People almost turned the island upside down to find the underground city, but they never found anything. Is your information accurate? Han Fei nodded. Yes, I think so. While talking, Han Fei summoned a sea token in each hand, which made old Jiang's eyelids twitch. You've got another one? Old Jiang slowly rose from his chair and paced back and forth on the open ground. A moment later, he said, You cook first. I'll call Xiaoqin back. Han Fei was lost for words. You're asking me to cook when there's something so important to do, However, seeing that old Jiang was considering something, Han Fei didn't ask further, but leaned closer to Tango. What are you making this time? Right. Mu Ling did me a favor 3 days ago. You should thank her for me sometime. Bam. The furnace exploded, and the black smoke inside darkened the faces of Tango and Han Fei. Tango looked back at old Jiang, only to find that the old man didn't seem bothered at all. He was still pacing back and forth thoughtfully. Han Fei secretly dragged Tango to the kitchen and complained, Why does your furnace keep exploding? I'm still waiting for your products. Tango smiled helplessly. The path of alchemy is extremely complicated. I'm now finally a 2-star alchemist. There's still a long way to go. He suddenly asked, What is the boneyard? Where is the underground city? Han Fei was going to talk, when old Jiang snorted and said, Don't ask so many questions yet. Tango, you should stop studying alchemy and focus on increasing your strength. Han Fei, you should also prepare as many spiritual fruits as possible. Suddenly, the protection barrier shivered. Jiang Qin's voice came through, Not just that. Han Fei, can you craft divine weapons? Maybe single-use ones? Han Fei was surprised that Jiang Qin had come back so quickly. He knew that the underground city was probably very dangerous, or old Jiang and Jiang Qin wouldn't have been so serious. Han Fei suggested, What about single-use semi-divine weapons? I don't have enough materials for more. Jiang Qin was dazed for a moment. Do they exist? Han Fei nodded. All that matters is how you craft them. I think it's possible to make one-time semi-divine weapons, but they won't be too powerful. Old Jiang said, If we don't have divine weapons, we'll have to make do with semi-divine weapons. We don't have a choice. Han Fei couldn't help but stand in place and ask, Old Jiang, Sister Qin, is the underground city really so dangerous? Jiang Qin nodded deeply. It's even more dangerous than our description. I always thought. Never mind, keep the information to yourselves, and try to strengthen yourselves as much as possible. At the dinner table. Qilu. Ah. Old Jiang sipped the wine and said unhurriedly, Someone found half of an ancient scroll in the relics near the Scattered Stars Island. It said that the island was much bigger during ancient times, and that a human city was built here. The sea demons were not like the half-mermen at all. They were real top experts who could move mountains away. Han Fei realized that old Jiang was probably talking about an intelligent species. He also knew that if there could be sea demons and demonic plants, there might even be crabs that could talk. Who could know? Old Jiang continued, It said that a king of human beings had an astonishing battle against sea demons. In the end, the bottom of the sea was broken, and earth fire surged out. The overwhelming tides drowned the city. Then, for some reason, the remaining sea demons retreated, and the survivors built a ship and sailed across the sea. They were all gone from the Scattered Star City. It Remains a mystery how human beings came back to this place. Tanga asked in surprise, what king? An explorer-level expert? Han Fei found it slightly weird. Based on old Zhang's vague narration, the city was a lot like Atlantis. Of course, he knew that they couldn't be the same. The problem was that the underground city should be below the ground after the fall. Han Fei asked again, is the underground city not beneath the ground? Old Jiang laughed. How can it be so simple? If it's just underground, you can easily find it by digging. It would have been found a long time ago. Old Jiang glanced at Tangge and Han Fei. We have to talk about the king first. He was not an explorer, but a matchless expert above the venerable level. It's said that his clone protected the city and relocated the city to a place unknown to prevent it from being destroyed. Tangge was slightly surprised. Stronger than venerable? Han Fei was surprised. Another place unknown? Both Han Fei and Tangge looked at old Jiang in shock. The old man snorted again. What do you mean by another? Why do you think the Scattered Stars Island is called the unknown place? If the Scattered Stars Island is all there is, why don't they simply call it the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei asked with his eyes widened, really? Is the underground city the real reason why it's all a place unknown? Qi Lu. Ah. Old Jiang had another mouthful of the wine and nodded. Of course. The Scattered Stars Island is just an island with a lot of residents. Why is it unknown? The real place unknown is the underground city. Jiang Qin asked, Han Fei, did you mention that you acquired the intelligence from a clam girl? Han Fei nodded quickly. Yes, the clam girl came back to life a long time ago and hunted the pearl diver specifically. Fortunately, she wasn't fully recovered yet, or I would have been killed. Tangge looked at Han Fei. What dangerous place did you go to? Han Fei shook his head. Nowhere, just the Sea of Pearls. Tangge was stunned for a moment. Is there such a dangerous place on the Sea of Pearls? Jiang Qin, however, looked at Han Fei casually. Have you found the secrets of the Sea of Pearls earthquakes, purple flames, and missing cases? Han Fei nodded. Yes. She was in an independent space. We got the information of the underground city from her too. Also, the clam girl mentioned that there might be an entrance to the underground city in the Sea of Pearls, but I'm not sure. Old Jiang laughed. She was probably tricking you. If the clam girl did come back to life from a long time ago, she must have known the Sea of Pearls very well. How could she not know if there was an entrance? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Then how are we going to search? The bone yard is in the underground city, which was moved to a place unknown by a king. Where can we find it? Jiang Qin said casually, it's not entirely impossible. Both Han Fei and Tangge looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said, do you know why the Transverse Mountain is strictly garrisoned, and only the experts are allowed to enter? Han Fei asked in surprise, isn't it because the spirit awakening fluid can be found in there? Or is it fake? Old Jiang smiled. It's not fake. It's truly possible to acquire spirit awakening fluid there, but do you know where the spirit awakening fluid is from? Han Fei and Tangge looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, Han Fei tilted his head and looked at old Jiang. The underground city? Old Jiang chuckled. Yes, and no. Han Fei said, hey, old man, would you please stop acting mysterious? Say. Something we can understand. Old Jiang said angrily, why are you so hasty? It is my guess that the spirit awakening fluid appears because of the king. Han Fei asked in shock, the king is so strong? Tang Ge scratched his head. Are the kings so capable that they can create the spirit awakening fluid? Old Jiang said unhurriedly, the experts can establish seas and become kings. It's said that people of that level can manipulate the rules of nature. Have you considered why the spirit awakening fluid becomes nothingness after you swallow it? Han Fei's eyelids quickly shivered. Why? Old Jiang raised his head. Maybe, it's not fluid at all, but a rule of nature. How can such great mysteries be a simple fluid? Jiang Qin continued, so, people have guessed that the undersea chimneys, the transverse mountain, and the spring underneath the old turtle in the Empyrean waterfall all lead to the underground city. Tang Ge was dazed. Is there an old turtle in the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei patted Tang Ji's shoulder. An old turtle is confined to the lake underneath the Empyrean waterfall. Tang Ge had a lot of mixed feelings. He didn't realize until this day that the world wasn't as simple as he thought. Jiang Qin said, it's more like they're collecting the spirit awakening fluid, then digging for it inside the transverse mountain. As she spoke, Jiang Qin looked at old Jiang. Grandpa must know better than I do. Old Jiang stroked his beard and said unhurriedly, there's a bottomless hole in the transverse mountain that yields spirit awakening fluid all the time. Of course, its productivity isn't too high. Han Fei was shocked. A bottomless hole? Tang Ge added, nobody ever went down to examine it? Old Jiang snorted. As I said, it's a bottomless hole. Too many people went down to check it, but so far nobody has come back. Inside the hole, you can't fly with your wings at all, and you'll sink infinitely. Maybe people who entered it hundreds of years ago are still falling. Han Fei, Tang Ge. The two of them were quite shocked by the big secret. They didn't know that everybody was forbidden from entering the transverse mountain because a mysterious place lay in it. Han Fei shivered and looked at old Jiang. What about the old turtle underneath the Empyrean waterfall? Can't we rescue the old turtle and enter through the spring underneath it? Old Jiang looked at Han Fei with a smile. Do you not know why the old turtle is there? Han Fei said loudly, I do. The Empyrean waterfall is an enormous seal based on rules, right? The seal cannot be broken unless a lot of people become law enforcers around it. But I say it's too much of a waste of time. We can just let an explorer move the Empyrean waterfall away and destroy the scattered Stars Island. Fine. The scattered Stars Island can't be destroyed. Tang Ge was dazed. The Empyrean waterfall is a seal? Tang Ge found that he had become an idiot who didn't understand anything. Why? Could the seal be broken if someone became a law enforcer? Jiang Qin slightly shook her head. Therefore, it's unrealistic to enter through the Empyrean waterfall, or the bottomless hole, which may lead you to anywhere. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, the undersea chimney. That's the only option. He asked, if nobody has been there, why do people know that the sea quelling painting is in the boneyard? How did the name, boneyard, spread out? Tang Ge gave up. He really didn't know what the sea quelling painting was about. Jiang Qin nodded. My grandpa and I have the same questions. However, there are few undersea chimneys. If we don't reach one as soon as we can, it's Possible that the entrance will be sealed, if there's an entrance at all. Hanfei nodded. Hey. Sister Qin, you're in charge of the pioneer group. Have you ever seen an undersea chimney? Jiang Qin was speechless. I have, but I never knew that the boneyard was in the underground city. I came back as soon as I could after you mentioned it. Today. Hanfei smiled awkwardly. In any case, there's no rush right now. You're wrong. Jiang Qin looked at Hanfei solemnly. The undersea chimney may appear anytime. If the undersea chimney is really an entrance, you must increase your strength as quickly as possible. Old Jiang also said casually, there aren't really many coincidences in this world. You were lucky enough to learn about the underground city, but do you know that luck sometimes means destiny? If the information is out, it's only a matter of time that the underground city will emerge. You have to strengthen yourself as quickly as possible. After Jiang Qin and old Jiang said that, Hanfei remarked, that doesn't sound right. How can we enter it without gathering the 99 sea tokens? Old Jiang laughed. Who told you that the sea tokens are the key? Hanfei was stunned for a moment. But even if the sea tokens aren't the key, they must be related to the sea quelling painting, right? Didn't the sea quelling painting fall apart into 99 sea tokens? Huh? Old Jiang stared at Hanfei. Who told you that there are 99 sea tokens, or that the sea quelling painting fell apart and became sea tokens? Hanfei meant to say that it was old Han, but judging from the situation, old Jiang didn't seem to know old Han. Hanfei instantly laughed and lied. It was the clam girl. The clam girl told me. Huh? Old Jiang rolled his eyes at Hanfei. If she knew the truth, she wouldn't have been stuck in the sea of pearls. Fine. I'll tell you the truth, but you must keep it a secret. The sea tokens are indeed the key, but not one to the underground city or the boneyard. Hanfei was confused. Then what's the key for? Old Jiang laughed. You really don't know the answer? The key to open the sea quelling painting, of course. Hanfei didn't know what to say. Isn't the sea quelling painting equal to the sea tokens? Does it have to be opened? Old Jiang sneered. Not exactly. The sea tokens are part of the sea quelling painting and what makes it complete. So, it's not outrageous to call the sea tokens a key. Hanfei. Taking a deep breath, Hanfei finally asked, are you saying that anyone can go to the underground city, but they need all the sea tokens in order to activate the sea quelling painting? That's too hard. I have only 2 sea tokens. Who knows where the rest of the sea tokens are? Jiang Qin shook her head. Firstly, the undersea chimneys might not be entrances. It's just a guess. Secondly, the sea tokens might be catalysts. When the first sea token is in position, the other sea tokens will be attracted to it. Thirdly, has it occurred to you that the underground city is where the spirit awakening fluid comes from? Do you want someone else to go there first? Hanfei shook his head. It's best to keep the good stuff to myself. Huh? Jiang Qin nodded. Exactly. From any perspective, the first to enter the underground city and touch the sea quelling painting will receive unimaginable benefits. This is just our guess, but since the news of the sea quelling painting is out, it may be a sign that the sea quelling painting will emerge again. Qilu. Ah. Old Jiang finished off the wine in his cup. Everything in this world is predestined. It's impossible to know your destiny through the signs. If you make preparations in advance, you will benefit a lot from it. Also, the sea quelling painting involves secrets about sea establishment. Many experts are behind the competition, and you're like their chess pieces that may turn the board upside down. Han Fei's expression slightly changed. Chess pieces? Old Jiang chuckled. That may be a heartless way of saying it. Let me put it this way. There are no kings in the Thousand-Star City. It will mean a lot if someone becomes a king, especially to the major families in the city. So they're betting on the chess pieces in their hands, hoping that they can get the secret in the painting. Hiss. Han Fei remembered what old Han said. Earlier, Han Fei said that he couldn't defend the sea quelling painting against so many top experts at all, but old Han said that it was fine. So, old Han was one of the players, and he was a chess piece. Han Fei instantly felt bad. No son would feel good if his father manipulated him like a chess piece, no matter the objective. Han Fei looked at Tang Ge and Jiang Qin and asked, "Old man, I have 2 sea tokens right now. Should I give one of them away?" Old Jiang replied unhurriedly, "It's up to you, but you'd better not. Nobody can tell for sure if it's a coincidence that you acquired 2 sea tokens. Someone must have placed a huge bet on you. Why would you pass your fortune to someone else?" Han Fei laughed. "You're talking as if it's impossible to become a king without the sea quelling painting." Then, Han Fei looked at Tang Ge. Before Han Fei could talk, Tang Ge rose and grinned. "I won't take it. I can't steal your fortune." Tang Ge was no fool. It couldn't have been a coincidence that Han Fei had gathered 2 sea tokens. It meant that Han Fei was a man with great fortune. Also, for Tang Ge, although he wanted to become strong, he didn't want to take away his brother's fortune. Besides, old Jiang had mentioned that the experts were placing bets. If someone had bet on him, he would have acquired a sea token. Since he didn't have any, nobody could have bet on him yet. Old Jiang waved his hands. "It's beneficial if you don't give them away. Those who don't have a sea token might get killed if you give one to them." Han Fei felt like his blood was freezing. "Is it really so serious?" Old Jiang said unhurriedly, "Who knows? But those who don't have a sea token can still go to the underground city. There are infinite fortunes in the underground city, some might be even bigger than the sea quelling painting. In any case, you should all increase your strength, but don't become a law enforcer." Han Fei asked, "Law enforcers can't go there?" Jiang Qin said, "Don't become a law enforcer hastily. It will be hard to change your course if you walk on the wrong path. It may even affect your path in the future. Also, it's said that the sea quelling painting is related to the path, so don't become a law enforcer until you get the painting." Old Jiang laughed. "Did you really think that nobody at the Empyrean waterfall could become a law enforcer?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Ah. Han Fei knew that everybody at the Empyrean waterfall was very strong. They expected Jiao Ling to become a law enforcer because she had decided her path a long time ago. But the other people weren't the same. Those who didn't become a law enforcer might have not decided their path yet. Thinking about that, Han Fei looked at old Jiang and asked, "Old man, are you on the wrong path?" "Pooh." Old Jiang spat out the peanuts he was chewing and snapped, "Why do you think my path is wrong? It isn't. I told you not to become law enforcers, because you Might be more clear about what you want while you find out the secrets of the sea-quelling painting. Hanfei was greatly relieved. That explains a lot. I thought you were both wrong. Old Jiang. Jiangqin smiled. You're not entirely wrong. Every law enforcer has selected a path for themselves, so the sea-quelling painting won't be very useful to them. They'll only bet on the hidden fissures and won't participate in the competition. Whoever competes for the painting above the hidden fissure level will be killed. Old Jiang hummed and said, someone did that before. Han Guanchu, the commander of the Scattered Stars Island in the past, looted the painting. He even killed a lot of people, but he was outnumbered and crushed by his enemies. There's no telling if he really died. Pooh. Cough, cough. Han Fei spurted out his wine, as old Han didn't mention anything about that. The other three people looked at Han Fei in surprise, wondering why he got so excited. Han Fei quickly explained, oh, I simply remembered the Thug Academy. Old man. Did the Thug Academy fight for the painting and lose too? Old Jiang snorted. Sort of. But the Thug Academy never sees eye to eye with the people in the Thousand Star City. It wasn't a surprise. Got it, got it. Han Fei finally realized why the Thug Academy was destroyed. The experts were playing a chess game, yet the Thug Academy intended to kill the players and swallow the fortune. Of course it was crushed. Also, why did old Han fight for the sea-quelling painting? Was he not a law enforcer yet? That was hardly unlikely. He would have been killed easily if he weren't a law enforcer, and he wouldn't have had a chance to meddle. Whatever the reason was, old Han had definitely prepared a sophisticated scheme. If Han Fei hadn't gathered all the leads, he wouldn't have known that. He was a chess piece that someone placed a heavy bet on. Tang Guo, on the other hand, frowned as if he were thinking hard. After the dinner, Han Fei left the plantation with Tang Guo. After they came out of the twisted jungle, Tang Guo suddenly asked, Han Fei, is there something that you never told me? After a stun, Han Fei grinned and said, yes. It's not because I don't want to tell you, but because I cannot say it to you yet. Revealing the information may influence our destiny. You'll know it sooner or later. I'll tell you everything when the sea-quelling painting incident is over. Tang Guo smiled. Then I probably know what it's about. Okay, you can go back. I'll meet Mu Ling. Since we have to improve our strength, I'll run more errands with the Scattered Stars First Unit. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Han Fei was only away for a few days, so nobody at the Empyrean waterfall was surprised when he came back. Many of them even greeted him. For example, Yu Shire invited Han Fei to have fish soup, and Yi offered to transplant 2 blooming flowers to Han Fei's place. However, when Han Fei looked at them, he found that they were stronger than he thought. Too many of them could have become law enforcers, but they were still looking for their path. Han Fei had always thought that Jiuyin Ling was the only super genius, which was why she became a law enforcer. At Yi Qingfeng's home, Han Fei leaned against the door and asked, Senior Yi, are you having tea? Looking at the sky, Yi Qingfeng was lost for words. It's already nightfall. Yet you want tea? You should be having dinner. Han Fei chuckled. Well, I'm good at frying centipedes. Should I fry one for you? The 2 venomous centipedes that Yi Qingfeng had been keeping seemed able to understand the human language. They both shivered at the horrible man who did not just want their venom, but also wanted to eat them. Yi Qingfeng snorted and casually threw a vial to Han Fei. Don't visit me in the following days. I'm developing a new poison. Accepting the vial, Han Fei quickly said, hey, let's not rush into anything yet. I have some poison god with me. Do you want it? I can offer you a vial. Yi Qingfeng glanced at Han Fei. That's the product of the little fatty from the Chow family, right? Han Fei quickly nodded. Yes, exactly. The poison is quite good. Yi Qingfeng said in disdain, that fatty is truly gifted in poison, but he's not using it in the right place. How can you call a mess of 300 poisons, poison god? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. More than 300? Shouldn't it be thousands? Yi Qingfeng laughed. What do you think poisons are? Does he have the time to study thousands of poisons? I've examined it. It contains 308 kinds of poisons in total. Do you know why it causes such drastic reactions in the body? Han Fei was confused. Why? Yi Qingfeng sneered. The collision of poisons is unstable in the first place. Of course the reaction is drastic in the body. Never mind. Why am I talking about this with you? That thing can be used against the enemy, but that's not the right path. Han Fei walked back unhurriedly. He didn't know that Cao Qiu had been lying. He claimed to have refined 1,000 poisons, but there turned out to be only 300 in total. Han Fei opened the vial and sipped the poison that Yi Qingfeng made. When he passed Mrs. Yin's place, he felt that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect flashed and leveled up. Huh. It's already level 38. That's so fast, . Over the past days, Han Fei had swallowed many poisons, and the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's level had soared quickly. Although it didn't hit level 40. In half a month as Yi Qingfeng promised, it was still close enough. By Han Fei's estimation, it would reach level 39 after finishing the vial of blood. Then, he could feed a drop of poison god to it, or some spirit awakening fluid. It shouldn't be hard for the insect to reach level 40. Jiao Yinling's home was empty. Han Fei had no idea where the girl had been, as the Heavenly Water Village was a fairly large place. He hoped that she could really understand what comfort meant without being tricked by the technique. At the same moment, in front of Han Fei's old home near the cliff in the Heavenly Water Village, Jiao Yinling picked a giant sea clam from the tank and gazed at it. She found that the low-level fishers ate all sorts of things that could be eaten. Han Fei said that she should experience ordinary people's lives. Should she start with eating? Thinking for a moment, Jiao Yinling asked softly, how should I eat this? Madam, it's easy. As someone is buying daily necessities for you, including grills and spiritual fruits. Please wait a moment, madam. Someone will be here to serve you. Although Han Fei was gone, nobody dared to touch his old home. Everybody knew that Han Fei left for the unknown place. Although he never sent a message back, the Thug Academy was still here. The Thug Academy was undoubtedly the best academy in the village. Too many people applied for it. Even the Fish Dragons gang was under its protection. When Jiao Yinling stepped down from the sky, everybody in the Heavenly Water Village was shocked, and the Fish Dragons gang specifically sent someone to cater to her needs. The man who was sent to serve her swallowed when he remembered her arrival. She was as graceful as a descending goddess in her white dress, and she didn't seem to belong to this world at all. Jiuyin Ling shook her head. Teach me. I'd like to do it on my own. Yes, ma'am. I'll have someone teach you. As they walked, someone in red dashed close with the realm of a junior hanging fisher. It was a girl who came. She wore red clothes and looked rather timid in front of Han Fei's yard. Jiuyin Ling slightly nodded at her. Junior hanging fisher, hello. What's your name? He Xiaoyu. Jiuyin Ling nodded and asked gently, is there anything I can help you with? Hearing that someone had stepped down from the sky and stayed in Han Fei's place, He Xiaoyu came as soon as possible, but she was astounded by the elegance of the woman she saw. She asked nervously, Is Han Fei not back? Jiuyin Ling slightly shook her head. He's still in the unknown place. He Xiaoyu was slightly disappointed, but she asked again, did something happen to him? Is that why you're here? Jiuyin Ling shook her head. No. When I came, he had just become a hidden fisher. A hidden fisher? He Xiaoyu slightly opened her mouth. Has Han Fei already become a hidden fisher? A close-by member of the Fish Dragons gang felt like thunder was rumbling in his head. That was great news. If his boss had become a hidden fisher, he would definitely be able to fly in the sky now. He decided to tell everybody the news when he came back. His boss was truly awesome. He Xiaoyu was relieved to know that Han Fei was fine. She asked nervously, Sister, what's the relation between you and him? Jiuyin Ling knew what He Xiaoyu really wanted to know, but she wasn't bothered. He helped me become a law enforcer and asked me to experience the life of ordinary people. He Xiaoyu was slightly confused. A law enforcer? Jiuyin Ling explained gently, it's the level above hidden fisher. I couldn't have crossed the obstacles as easily without him. He Xiaoyu subconsciously stepped back and looked at Jiuyin Ling in shock. This woman is even stronger than a hidden fisher? The member of the Fish Dragons gang was dumbfounded and swallowed crazily. He had to inform his fellows that they had to treat this goddess with utmost respect. No. He had to ask Boss Gang to come back. Only Boss Gang could take care of this. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said firmly, well, sister, can you tell me his situation in the unknown place? Jiuyin Ling smiled and said, okay. My name is Jiuyin Ling. You may call me Xiao Jiu. At night, the stars were glittering in the sky. Sitting on the rooftop of Han Fei's old home, Jiuyin Ling stared at the stars and mumbled, what's he doing? Suddenly, Jiuyin Ling extended her hand. Seal. Who's there? Someone else had emerged on Han Fei's rooftop at some point, wearing a mask that didn't even reveal his mouth. The stranger laughed creepily. Jiuyin Ling? Jiuyin Ling frowned. Who are you? Why do you seal yourself to the hidden fisher level? The stranger smiled. I am Faceless from the Thug Academy. Do you intend to cultivate with Han Fei? Jiuyin Ling nodded. Yes, but how can you prove your identity? Uncle Faceless laughed. Hey, not everybody can be together with Han Fei. If you really want, come to a place with me. Naturally, Han Fei had no idea what happened in the Heavenly Water Village. He was gazing at the weird buffalo. After he examined the weird runes on the buffalo's body, an astounding technique popped up in his head. Law of gravity, incomplete, unrated. Introduction. It's one of the laws of nature that manipulates gravity within a certain space, whose range depends on your understanding of the law and your strength. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/500, 000. Perception, 5 out of 100. Goodoo. Han Fei swallowed. He knew that the buffalo could be extraordinary, but he didn't know that it could be so extraordinary that the patterns on its body were a law. Even law enforcers could only understand the power of one law. Yet, there was a law in front of him already, and he had 5% of it. He had only read the patterns once. If he read them again and again, wouldn't he completely grasp the law? The law was incomplete, but it was a law anyway. It meant that he could use the power of a law enforcer in advance. Han Fei scoffed. Heh. This thing was sold for 600,000? People at the Pearl Divers Port are brainless. Han Fei believed that it was worth at least 60 million for the law that it contained. No, this thing was absolutely a priceless treasure. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. He had to improve his strength after he learned the law of gravity. If he picked it up, he would be partly a law enforcer, and he would have a life-saving skill. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Han Fei had been observing and copying every pattern on the buffalo. He had filled dozens of fish skins. Big Yellow called him 3 times out of the door, but Han Fei simply ignored it. It was a critical moment for him, because he had perceived 60% of the power of the law. At this moment, Han Fei kept his palm facing the sky. Then, as he turned his hand upside down, a rock was squeezed into pieces, and all the bricks within 10 meters were broken and shattered. Han Fei took a breath and cast the law of gravity on the area he was standing. Bam, cough, cough. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. His feet had already sunk into the soil. He sensed that the pressure on his body was above 500,000 kilograms. It was already very heavy, but he hadn't fully grasped the technique yet. Ha ha ha. Han Fei giggled like a fool. This technique was even handier than the 9 Mansion's dragon seal. If the enemy was hit by this without being prepared, they would definitely be caught in an awkward position. However, there was still a long way to go before he could completely grasp the technique. After he completely grasped it, he had no doubt that he could impose a pressure of millions of kilograms with the law of gravity. 7 days passed. Han Fei's perception of the law of gravity reached 90%. Just as I expected, the further I go, the more difficult it becomes. I've been stuck at the last 10% for a whole day. Meow. Han Fei, are you at home? Han Fei thought that it was time to meet up with everybody. Since he couldn't completely understand the incomplete law of gravity for now, he might as well take a break. He waved his hands and dispersed the clouds, only to see Big Yellow and Ching Chen on the wall. Big Yellow asked, "Are you making breakfast?" Ching Chen nodded quickly and added, "Are you?" Han Fei took a breath and said, "Yes, come in." Meow. After Ching Chen jumped into the yard, he found that the stone floor in Han Fei's yard had been reduced to sand, with giant pits here and there. He asked in surprise, Han Fei, is it better to pave your yard with sand than with stone? Big Yellow gracefully paced on the sand and raised its paws now and then. I don't care for sand. It always sticks to my fur. Han Fei winced. Have you forgotten your level? Are you really scared of sand? Taking out a giant pot and some seafood, Han Fei smiled and said, "Nothing. Just a change of taste. I've been training in seclusion." Ching Chen asked in surprise, "Have you got anything?" Han Fei asked, pretending to be deep in thought. What do you think of the gravity changes in the world? How can you change 10 times the gravity to 100 times the gravity? How can you perceive the changes? Qing Chen looked at Han Fei as if he were a fool. Gravity? Why bother? Considering gravity when you can climb the Empyrean waterfall? Huh? Han Fei was surprised. Does climbing the Empyrean waterfall have anything to do with gravity? Qing Chen smiled. Yes. You can sense the surging tides of gravity. The waterfall may seem regular, but you'll have different feelings if you use different speeds, paces, and postures. Meow. I want to eat a big fish. Can you talk after we have breakfast? Han Fei was quite enlightened by what Qing Chen said. So, all he needed to do was to climb the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei quickly moved his knife and made a hot pot. Qing Chen and Big Yellow were about to dig in when Han Fei said, "You have the food first. I'll go climb the Empyrean waterfall." Qing Chen shouted, "Don't be so hasty. You can climb it after breakfast." Han Fei said without looking back, "I'm too hot-headed to wait." A moment later, Han Fei stood next to the lake. Before he started climbing, a voice had echoed in his head, "Do you have anything to barter with me, Han Fei thought for a moment. Senior, I've run out of demonic stones. I'll see what I can do later, Hearing that Han Fei had nothing to offer, the big turtle fell into silence. Without bothering to give a reply. Han Fei wasn't bothered. He did have a phoenix spirit ginseng, but he couldn't possibly make exchanges with the old turtle in the early morning. He had to wait until the night. With a thought, Han Fei unfolded his wings and rushed to the waterfall. After a splat, Han Fei was smashed to the bottom of the lake. He was quite embarrassed, wondering if anybody saw that. The momentum of the waterfall had to do with the altitude, water current, and water density of the waterfall. It was only natural that he was smashed into the lake when he bumped into it without being prepared or supported. But that was only the first attempt. Han Fei, holding on to the rocks, quickly climbed against the waterfall. In the process, Han Fei sensed that his body was blasted by an incessant power. The power. I can simulate gravity. If I can manipulate gravity with the law of gravity, it can't all be the same, No, there must be a way, Han Fei felt heavy and lightheaded now and then. After all, the water currents weren't the same. The waterfall allowed Han Fei to perceive the changes in the power. The tiny changes made it hard for him to adapt to the waterfall, as he couldn't predict the force that he would take. This is how it works. I should be able to perceive 95% of the law of gravity, Han Fei put on a smile, as Qing Chen turned out to be quite knowledgeable. The guy's suggestion was worth a day's hard thinking. However, something seems to be missing. The imbalance of power should be mainly to prevent the enemy from getting adapted quickly. It'll be great if I can stay immune from the law. Is it possible for me to do that right now, or do I still need something? Han Fei climbed all the way up to the top of the waterfall a moment later. He had never paid much attention to the waterfall before, but at this moment, he grew curious about the source of the water. After he reached the top of the waterfall, he found that there was an enormous cave up ahead, from which a torrent was gushing out. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder where the cave led to. Isn't it magnificent? The power of water is actually beyond our imagination. The torrent is not a huge tide or a river. You can't possibly cut it apart. Qing Chen had finished his food at some point and came to the top too. He punched the fierce currents, forcing them to retreat. Of course, he was faced with even fiercer currents a moment later. Qing Chen said, "The power of nature is horrifying. The most horrifying of all is the unpredictable changes. You can train your body twice as fast in this place. Why don't you give it a go?" Unpredictable changes? Han Fei was stiffened for a moment. Then, he suddenly grinned. "Thanks, brother." Qing Chen? Han Fei rushed to the cliff and leaped off from the sky. Before Han Fei fell to the ground, Big Yellow had shouted, "Don't fall. Don't fall. You're scaring off all the fish." Han Fei. Hula. The phantom glass wings unfolded and raised 2 waves of wind, carrying Han Fei to his home in an elegant curve. A moment later, his home was shrouded in clouds. All sounds were blocked too. Han Fei grinned. The most unpredictable change is when you don't even know how the gravity will change. In such a way, there's no way that your enemy can take precautions. Han Fei turned his hand upside down, and the earth trembled under the terrifying force. Han Fei closed his eyes and saw that he had perceived 100% of the incomplete law of gravity. He instantly put on a smile, satisfied with the power of the law. Han Fei cast the law of gravity on himself and instantly blushed. He staggered and couldn't control his body at all when he was pressed by tons of force. Han Fei hurriedly restored the gravity. He sensed the force carefully and found that it was between 2 million to 3 million kilograms. It was more or less the same power as what he had at this moment. As I expected, even I cannot resist the power of the earthquake, because it's irresistible. Overlord's technique. Boom. All of a sudden, Han Fei's gate collapsed. With a crash, the barriers that Han Fei set up were broken. He was so scared that he hurriedly cancelled the law of gravity. He heard all kinds of criticisms. "Han Fei, see what you've done? Han Fei, are you tearing the houses down? Han Fei, stop right now. You'll collapse my house. Meow. My fish are running off." Han Fei heard dozens of voices at the same time. A thick vine extended from the void, with a few bright and beautiful flowers on it. It was Yu Yi, who had burst into an outrage. The girl was whipping him with a thick vine, despite her usual gentleness. Han Fei dashed to an altitude of 100 meters. Then, he saw the crack right in front of his house. He couldn't help but smack his lips. He quickly roared, Sorry. It was just a mistake I made during my training." "Next door," Mrs. Yin said unhurriedly, "you'll repair the road. Next time you want to do anything dangerous, find an empty place first." Nan Gongxian, who had been training in seclusion, cursed, "All the young people are troublemakers nowadays. If things go like this, the Empyrean waterfall may collapse someday." Han Fei dared not talk, as the thick vine was still chasing him. Yu Yi said angrily, "I lost half of my garden. You think you can escape? Bam. Han Fei's little house was razed to the ground by the vine, which almost made Han Fei's blood freeze. "Hey! Don't get so excited. You should be a graceful, beautiful girl." Yu Yi bellowed, "What do you think graceful means?" 10 vines were summoned at the same time. Seeing how angry she was, Han Fei took out his boat and flew away. It was because he saw that an enormous cat was pouncing at him. A moment later, In the sky, Han Fei patted his chest and said in fright, "Those people are too violent. I can't stay in the Empyrean waterfall anymore. Maybe I should stay at Zhang Xuanyu's place for a day or two." Han Fei had intended to practice the cosmic sword technique, but since even Yu Yi, who always had the best temper, was so infuriated that she wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to stay at the Empyrean waterfall anymore. Han Fei searched for a moment and didn't find Zhang Xuanyu. It was said that he had set sail. Han Fei didn't look for Lu Renquang either, who must be in the middle of a breakthrough. As for Xiao Bai, remembering how solemn and grave she always looked, Han Fei decided that he would rather pass. Thinking for a long time, he didn't know where to go. He thought that his strength had increased a lot. Although the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet, there was still a lot that he could do. However, he had to polish it with real battles. Should he go to the scattered stars first unit and see if there were any missions? Han Fei believed that it was a great idea. The scattered stars first unit was often responsible for the exploration of treasure troves. He'd be in for a treat if he found some relics. Making a decision, Han Fei quickly turned the boat and flew to the scattered star 7 units. A moment later, before Han Fei landed, he saw that Bai Hua was flying close with Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiar. Upon seeing Han Fei, Mu Jiar waved her hand and shouted, "Liar, here! Here! Han Fei!" Inside the yard, Bai Hua looked at Han Fei with a weird expression and said thoughtfully, "Han Fei, you've been absent for a long time. Considering your rank, you owe us 1082 refined ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Now that you're here, come with me." Han Fei instantly perspired. "No, wait a moment. I'm going to the scattered stars first unit for missions." Bai Hua chuckled. "That's fine. I'll talk to Liang Tian and let him spare your duty. The 4th unit has been swamped lately. We have to refine divine weapons and a lot of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Since you're fast, you should help." Han Fei couldn't feel more beaten down. Why should I help? I'm here for missions, He suddenly had an idea. "Well, Senior Bai Hua, there's something else I need to do. I pa. Bai Hua laid his hand on Han Fei's shoulder. "Let's go. You think you can get away? You haven't been here since you came back. Do you feel you deserve your waist tag if you don't carry out your duty?" Mu Jiar secretly laughed and grimaced at Han Fei. Guan Qingyan said casually, "Brother Han, we made a major breakthrough in the craft of divine weapons. Based on Mu Jiar's idea, we are able to manufacture some divine weapons with the help of samurai masters on the scattered stars island." Han Fei's face was grim. Does this have anything to do with me? Han Fei didn't even have the time to enter the scattered stars first unit before Bai Hua dragged him into the 4th unit. He pulled a long face. If he had seen this coming, he wouldn't have come at all. When he came to the 4th unit, he found that all the refining rooms were glowing and emitting heat. Everybody seemed busy. As for his old acquaintances, Xie Qingqing and Gu Nan were seated at a corner of the refining hall. The two of them were talking to each other and making out when Han Fei came in. Yeah. Both of them sat straight when they noticed that someone else came. Gu Nan said solemnly, "Qingqing, I think this is a way to increase the odds of success in refining." Bai Hua looked at them as gently as before. "Gu Nan, have you finished your mission?" Gunan choked for a moment and said, "Boss, I'm just taking a break." "Fine. I'll get back to work." Then, Gunan greeted Han Fei and said, "Welcome back. You've got a lot of things to do. Keep it up." Han Fei. Xie Qingqing, however, asked in surprise, "Han Fei, you're back? Do you have any idea how many missions you owe? We've been covering up for you." "No, I have to take a vacation. You'll work for me." Han Fei was quite frightened. _1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons? Even if I could craft 200 of them in a day, it would still take me almost a week. _No, I have to evade these responsibilities. Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. "Oh. Senior Beihua, I learned some weird arrays when I was on the sea. I even had a theory that we may be able to craft semi-divine weapons without the help of array masters." Guan Qingyan looked at Han Fei. "Brother Han, what's your theory?" Beihua was also curious. "What is it?" "Jiao's solution is already a major breakthrough. Are you sure your idea can be better than hers?" Han Fei nodded. "This is how it goes. Since arrays can be refined as items, why can't we imprint arrays on independent molds? In such a way, with the right materials and craftsmanship, it will be able to produce semi-divine weapons in a streamlined way. They might not be as good as handmade ones, but they'll be semi-divine weapons anyway." Beihua asked in suspicion, "Huh? Your idea is very similar to the mechanism of the sea demon's refining divine platform." Han Fei was quite surprised. Did Beihua know of the refining divine platform? Shouldn't that thing only exist in the 10,000 Demon Valley? How did Beihua know that? Beihua said, "However, it has a strict demand on arrays. If you can really craft one, you'll instantly be certified as a 4-star refiner, if not a 5-star one." Guan Qingyan nodded. "Brother Han, I think it's a great idea. But wouldn't the array be extremely complicated?" Han Fei smiled. "As I said, I've learned a lot of strange array techniques on the sea. Maybe I can have a try." Mu Jiar narrowed her eyes and said, "We're both 4-star refiners." Han Fei was stunned. "Both of you?" Mu Jiar nodded quickly. "Yes. Do you not know how long you stayed on the sea? It wouldn't make sense if we didn't become 4-star refiners after such a long time." Xie Qingqing was quite frustrated. Han Fei cackled. "Well, I think I have to consider the problem and sort out my thoughts for a couple of days. Why don't I spend a few days in seclusion in the 4th unit and see if I can put my idea into practice?" Beihua was stunned for a moment. It's not easy to decline such a request. Xie Qingqing instantly complained, "Hello? What about his refining duty?" Han Fei said solemnly, "Sister Qingqing, you can never do enough refining. Only if you focus on improving your expertise in refining, can you really become an expert. Are 1,000 ultra-quality weapons really important? No. Not at all, compared to a great speculation." Han Fei solemnly walked into the cave. "Senior Beihua, I need to spend a few days in seclusion. Please don't disturb me." Beihua thought for a moment and slightly nodded. "Okay. Everything is fine as long as you stay here." Guan Qingyan said, "Brother Han, I think we can discuss your idea." Han Fei quickly stopped him, "No. I'm still sorting out my thoughts. We can discuss it after we're done." Han Fei finally found a refining room. He closed the door after he entered. _Few. You almost got me. You want me to work? No way. I need to study the cosmic sword technique, _ As for the arrays on the refining divine platform, they were indeed worth studying. The arrays to refine demonic weapons and those of human beings were not the same. However, the study would take a lot of time. Even though he had learned the arrays on the spirit-gathering scripture, it wouldn't be a simple task to craft a refining divine platform that could build semi-divine weapons. It would require the combination and connection of 100 arrays. So far, Han Fei could only fuse a dozen arrays. The more arrays he were to fuse, the more factors he would have to take into consideration. The difficulty would soar exponentially. Of course, if he didn't have to paint the arrays, but only needed to give the methodology, then it would be easy. However, he didn't have to rush. Both old Jiang and Jiang Qin had urged him to increase his strength. So, he shouldn't waste his time on array studies. Therefore, Han Fei took out the cosmic sword instead of the refining divine platform. Activated by Han Fei's thought, a jade slip flew out of the cosmic sword. It was exactly the cosmic sword technique that Xu Shan mentioned. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's head. Cosmic sword technique, heaven level, divine quality. Introduction, a tough technique that can make use of the power of nature. This sword technique can cut the sky and the sea apart but cannot be used in defense. Whoever practices it must be fearless and unstoppable. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/50, 000,000. Note, this sword technique is imperfect, in that it does not fully understand how to make use of power. Huh? After reading the cosmic sword technique, Han Fei felt like it should have been a saber technique or a fist technique considering its features, but it turned out to be a sword technique. Han Fei furrowed his brows. He had to learn the technique anyway. He had picked up some techniques on the bow, stick, saber, seal, and fist. It wouldn't hurt if he learned a sword technique. What should his path be as a law enforcer? Han Fei didn't know the answer yet. However, he had been getting in touch with a lot of top-notch battle techniques. It almost felt like something unknown was pushing him to do that. Is it possible that my path is related to battle techniques? No. I just happened to run into those battle techniques, and they happen to be not difficult to learn. Well, they're probably not related to my path. I have to keep looking and learning. Han Fei glanced at the cosmic sword. For some reason, he despised it and didn't want it to acknowledge him as a master. Never mind, I should wait a moment. The cosmic sword technique was powerful in 3 ways. Firstly, it could make use of the power in nature. The creator of the technique didn't have a full understanding of the power of nature, but it was already miraculous enough for ordinary people. Secondly, it was unstoppable. In fact, Han Fei had already comprehended the idea of full offense and no defense when he learned the sacrificing punch. He also had the art of invincibility. So, it wasn't hard for Han Fei. Lastly, the cosmic sword technique's feature was speed, which was something that all swordsmen cared about. Wu Ming's sword, for example, was faster than Han Fei even though he was carrying out the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. The same was true for Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time. Han Fei could deal with the instant mystic spear, but not the momentary time, which could manipulate time in a small range. It was impossible for him to catch up. There was also Yi Baiyu's pure speed. He was well acknowledged to be the fastest in his generation. Han Fei had calculated that even though he used the Overlord's technique and the phantom glass wings, he couldn't be as fast as Yi Baiyu unless the agility of wind could boost his speed by 5 times. Taking all the 3 points into consideration, Han Fei actually only needed speed. He could already make use of the power of wind. After all, the phantom glass wings weren't useless. 3 days passed. Han Fei understood about 70% of the cosmic sword technique. It wasn't because Han Fei was smart, but because he knew a lot of battle techniques, and all battle techniques had something in common. When a person learned enough battle techniques, they could quickly pick up a new one. Of course, he hadn't fully grasped it yet. Han Fei believed that he was fluent with the technique and wasn't too far away from fully mastering it. It's a shame that I can't practice it in the refining room, or I'd definitely be more fluent with it. If I fight with Wu Ming more often, my expertise with the sword will surely be remarkable. Han Fei was about to go out, when he realized that he couldn't just tell Bai Hua that he didn't figure out anything in the past days. Therefore, Han Fei took out the refining divine platform from Forge, the Universe. Thud. When the refining divine platform fell on the ground, Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the complicated patterns on it. Are there array geniuses in the 10,000 Demon Valley too? How can they paint such complicated arrays? Han Fei took out a bunch of skins and circled the 4-meter-long refining divine platform, studying it carefully. 1 day passed. I'm almost certain that there are 300 interconnected arrays on the refining divine platform. What a genius! It makes use of the spiritual energy inside the refining divine platform to facilitate the fusion of the materials. Wait, this is not good enough. There's still the gravity array to compress the materials. Right. There's also a micro-refining array to polish the weapons again after the refinement. 2 days later, Han Fei copied more than 200 arrays to his fish skins and numbered them. No, something is still missing. I don't recognize some of the arrays. But I can't tell them I don't have the core arrays if I give them the methodology and the framework. Han Fei thought of a lot of arrays and analyzed them in his head. Well, this array is meant to increase pressure from inside the mold. I think I can find a replacement for that. Also, this step of micro-refining isn't really polishing. It simply compresses the materials more tightly and extracts the remaining spiritual energy inside the weapon. I can paint multiple spirit-gathering arrays for the same purpose. On the 6th day since Han Fei entered the refining room. The door was opened. Hardly had Han Fei come out when he saw that Guan Qingyan was holding a fish skin in one hand and a brush in the other and painting something. Han Fei was quite shocked. Hey! Old Guan, are you trying to scare me? What are you doing here? Guan Qingyan put a smile on his rigid face. He laid down the fish skin and said, I was waiting for you to sort out your thoughts. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to study arrays. Han Fei was lost for words. I wasn't running anyway. Did you have to stand in front of my door? Han Fei heaved a sigh. It's more difficult than I thought. Guan Qingyan became frustrated and thought that his wait was futile. But then, Han Fei said, I've been working devotedly for days without sleeping. And eating. Thanks to my arduous efforts, I finally came up with a feasible solution. Hum. Guan Qingyan was quite shocked. Didn't you just say that it was more difficult than you thought? Why is it feasible then? Guan Qingyan said, wait a moment. I'll call Senior Bei and the others. Let's talk later. Then, Guan Qingyan spoke to his waist tag. In half an hour, Mu Jiar, Bei Hua, Yu Su, Li Feiyun and some other refiners came close. Mu Jiar said delightedly, where is he? Did he come up with anything? Does it work? The big shots were all here. The people who were working walked out of the refining rooms too, wondering why 2 5-star refiners had come to this place. A moment later, Han Fei was surrounded by dozens of people in the lobby of the Scattered Stars 4th unit. Han Fei looked at those people in shock and then at Guan Qingyan. Is there a misunderstanding? I simply have an idea. I never said I could carry it out. Bei Hua said, an idea is precious enough when it comes to refining, not to mention one that's about semi-divine weapons. Li Feiyun also nodded. When you said you had an idea to manufacture semi-divine weapons, I had to come. Yu Su smiled. Han Fei, you should be promoted as a 4-star refiner. I've brought your certificate to you. As long as your plan works, this will be one of your rewards. Han Fei swallowed. He had underestimated the refiner's persistence in refining. He was never a qualified refiner, and he never planned to distinguish himself in refining. However, for some other people, especially for those lunatics in refining who considered it their life, they gave enough attention to any valuable guesses. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, everybody, please come here and take a look. Directing everybody to the table in the lobby, Han Fei took out 300 fish skins and a weirdly structured item that was in the shape of a cylinder. Han Fei unhurriedly paved the fish skins on the ground and hung some of them on the wall. He said unhurriedly, everybody, Mu Jiar and Guan Qingyan have proposed the idea of creating arrays as part of a weapon to craft semi-divine weapons. It proves feasible, but it has high requirements on the arrays and the refiners. If the array master's work cannot be duplicated, I believe that the failure rate could be quite high. Guan Qingyan nodded. Exactly. The failure rate is very high. We're working on that. Bei Hua shrugged. It depends on the expertise of the refiners. Failures are inevitable. Han Fei smiled. Not exactly. The semi-divine weapons are based on ultra-quality spiritual weapons, whose quality is improved by some advanced materials or arrays. The key is arrays. Now, we're adding arrays to weapons. But if we change our mindset, we can totally imprint arrays on molds and then apply the molds to weapons. In such a way, the refiners won't have to study arrays. Frowning, Yu Su said, that does make sense. Are all your designs meant to make the mold? Han Fei nodded. Exactly. In order to make a mold, I have to elaborate on its mechanisms first. Han Fei went on, first of all, ignoring the arrays, the semi-divine weapons are essentially ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which too many people can craft. So, we can totally conduct the first 2 steps of the refining procedure manually. When it comes to the 3rd step, spirit polishing, we'll give the task to molds, which means we have to endow the molds with the Ability to polish spirit. Like a chief scientist, Han Fei grabbed a fish skin now and then. Look, this is the step of spirit polishing. We've gathered the essence of materials manually, and spirit polishing is meant to combine the materials we'll use. This array as the basis, and that one as support. Then, after about 83 steps, the job will be done. Isn't it simple? Everyone. A dozen people nodded, but none found the task simple. Han Fei said, spirit polishing is simple. What's hard is to imprint the arrays. Human beings have 5 classes. We have to offer 5 different ways to fuse arrays according to the classes. I've given the illustrations here. However, I can only fuse a dozen arrays for now, which might not be good enough. Look, you have to direct spiritual energy into the weapon, not its outside. This step isn't too hard either, is it? Everyone? Han Fei took a deep breath and said, next step is the second polishing. I call it micro-refining. Blah, blah. Everyone? In the end, Han Fei pointed at the mold design he painted and said, I've finally crafted his mold after days and nights of hard work. Blah, blah. Guan Qingyan looked at Han Fei with a stun, wondering if he could say something else. Eventually, Han Fei finished an hour of perfect interpretation, or so he thought. He had the refining divine platform right with him. If he couldn't make a decent proposal with it, he would simply be too incapable. When everybody was astounded and confused, Han Fei said slowly, so, this is how it's done. I've given you the plan. Some of the arrays need more studying. But I'm incapable of doing that. So, I'm afraid that you'll have to work on it. Everybody was silent for a long time. Suddenly, someone said, well, Han Fei, I don't think I understood what you said. Can you repeat that? Han Fei. Han Fei and the other refiners looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, it was Yu Su who said unhurriedly, there's no need to repeat. Those who can follow already understand, those who can't follow won't understand no matter how many times he repeats himself. Han Fei's plan involves a lot of knowledge of arrays. Those who don't have enough knowledge can hardly comprehend a combination of 300 arrays. Li Feiyun nodded. That's true. However, Han Fei, there are a few problems regarding your plan. Han Fei grinned and continued immediately, do tell me, senior. Li Feiyun said, in the phase of spirit polishing, I don't think using the absorption of these few arrays is enough to gather the essence of materials. Han Fei nodded. That's the key to spirit polishing. My current arrays aren't enough to solve the problem, but I'm sure someone can. Li Feiyun nodded. The combination of 5 classes is indeed tricky. Shouldn't there be more? You've only fused offensive arrays. Han Fei smiled. Of course there should be more. In my opinion, a standard weapon cannot meet everybody's requirement, so balance should be what we pursue. It should be good enough as long as it doesn't have obvious flaws in any aspect. Li Feiyun nodded. Okay, I'll personally take care of the matter. Beihua asked, what's the point of a second polishing? To further stabilize the semi-divine weapons. That's a necessary step. Without it, it'll be impossible to craft semi-divine weapons. Beihua thought for a moment. It seems to be too simple. Han Fei chuckled. I can't paint a more complicated one. Mu Jiar was stunned. I don't follow. Guan Qingyan was already collecting Han Fei's fish skins. The design is flawless. If a mold can be created according to such a design, the odds of success will be almost 100%. It's incredible. In the end, Yusu laughed and said, this method is not bad. Although a lot of parts of the plan require improvements, it works in general. We can try it later. Then, Yusu threw the certificate of a 4-star refiner to Han Fei. With that design alone, Han Fei, you're already qualified as a 4-star refiner. Han Fei grinned. What about 5 stars? Yusu smiled and said, if you can craft the mold right now, I'll hand over a 5-star refiner certificate to you immediately. Han Fei waved his hand. Never mind. I might as well wait. Han Fei thought to himself, I can already craft divine weapons, although I have to use the demon purification pot. However, when it comes to the ultra quality spiritual weapons, my odds of success are already 100%. He would have been qualified as a 5-star refiner if he could seal spirits without the demon purification pot. Yusu asked, Han Fei, you were already qualified as a 4-star refiner, weren't you? What else do you want besides the certificate? Han Fei said, can my duty of crafting more than 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons be waived? Immediately, Xie Qingqing and the others all looked at Han Fei suspiciously, wondering if he had come up with this plan just to evade his duty. Yusu calculated for a moment. Okay. 1,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons with sealed spirits are worth 30 to 40 million points. I'll just free you from this duty. Han Fei said again, well, I'm rather short on cash. It would be great if I could have 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring instead. Ha ha ha. Pooh. Yusu lost balance and would have fallen to the ground without Li Feiyun's support because of Han Fei's shocking request. Beihua said quickly, Han Fei, that much spiritual spring energy is too rare. Just drop it. Here's 5 million credit points. You can buy whatever you want. From the logistics division. Li Feiyun also said, that's right. Your design is just a plan. If you can carry it out, you'll have the claim to 100,000 kilograms of spiritual spring. But it's not carried out yet. Also, you just got a 4-star certificate and were freed from your duties of the past year. Beihua is already generous enough to give you 5 million points. Han Fei secretly thought, if you can craft a human version of the refining divine platform, it will be invaluable. Never mind, I'm not a petty man. 5 million credit points are good enough. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had given 5 million credit points to Lu Renquang earlier, asking him to collect spiritual fruits for him. He wondered how the collection went. Unfortunately, Lu Renquang was in the middle of a breakthrough. He'd better not interrupt him. He wasn't short of anything. He asked Lu Renquang to prepare so many spiritual fruits exactly for the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art. Old Han had mentioned that he could get the 6th level of the true spirit fishing art. Considering the pattern of the true spirit fishing art, the deduction of the 6th level would require 1 billion points of spiritual energy, and the 7th level would probably require 10 billion. Han Fei felt a strong headache as he thought about it. Since he couldn't get the spiritual spring, Han Fei instantly said, well, that's my plan. You guys can go back to work. I just remembered that there's something I need to do at the Empyrean waterfall. Beihua suddenly asked, huh? Weren't you going to the scattered stars first unit? Han Fei smiled. That was 6 days ago. I'm not needed anymore. Right. Senior Bei Hua, when you meet Senior Liang Tian, don't tell him that I was here. I'm too occupied to find him myself. Guan Qingyan shouted after him, "Hey, Brother Han." Han Fei said without looking back, "You can read and learn the design first. We'll talk next time." After Han Fei ran away, Bei Hua dismissed everybody and shook his head. Han Fei is not focused on refining at all. However, he is quite smart to come up with such a systematic mold. He did not waste his talent. Li Feiyan said casually, "It's a shame that we never looted a refining divine platform from the 10,000 Demon Valley, otherwise." Isn't Han Fei's idea very similar to the refining divine platform? Yusu said casually, "Their ultimate purpose is undoubtedly the same. However, due to the difference between humans and sea demons, some of the steps must be different. The combination of the 5 classes, for example, is much more complicated than the refining divine platform. In the sky. Phew. I'm finally free. I'll never go back. Well, now that they've met me again, they probably won't blame me for my long-time absence anymore. I have to fight with Wu Ming to improve my techniques. Well, I also have to make exchanges with the big turtle. On his way to the Empyrean waterfall, Han Fei was going to have some spiritual fruits, when he was astonished by the changes in Forge the Universe. Hiss. Why is Forge the Universe bigger now? Han Fei exclaimed. Han Fei was stunned. Ever since the trip in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei had never purposefully expanded Forge the Universe, but it was already twice as large as before. When did this happen? Han Fei had never noticed it because he hadn't been in Forge the Universe recently. He only spotted it a moment ago when he felt something wrong. When Han Fei looked for the reason, he discovered to his surprise that the star shell had been moved to the top of this space at some point. The star shell increased the space of Forge the Universe? I don't have to expand it with my spiritual energy? Han Fei tried to retrieve the star shell, only to discover that it couldn't be taken out. It seemed that those shells would create a space of their own after they died. This star shell had a coverage with a radius of 20 kilometers. Could Forge the Universe be expanded that big? Han Fei was quite delighted. If that was the case, his spiritual energy could be saved. After all, the star shell wasn't as good as Forge the Universe. He only hoped that they could merge. But it never happened to the sea-swallowing seashells before. Was it because the demon purification pot was not interested in the tiny space in the sea? Swallowing seashells? Possibly. I guess the little calabash doesn't just eat everything. At the Empyrean waterfall. When Han Fei returned, he found nobody outside at all. Wu Ming wasn't on the rock, Yu Shire wasn't having fish soup, Ning Jingyao wasn't sleeping on the rooftop, and Yu Yi wasn't tending to her flowers. Where is everybody? When Han Fei spread out his senses, he found that everybody was gathered at his place. His house had been destroyed by Yu Ye's vine. It was still a pile of debris. Nobody ever rebuilt it as he was never back. Han Fei was quite panicked to see so many people there. Did they know that he was coming back? Did they have to block him at home when he only caused a minor earthquake? Then, Han Fei noticed something wrong. He saw that Du Jianlu was floating in front of the Empyrean waterfall with his head facing the sky. There was a weird, twisting space around him. Is he becoming a law enforcer? Han Fei changed his expression and became solemn. He felt lucky that he had returned in time, or he would have missed it. Schwa. Han Fei landed, and Yu Yi and Ning Jingyao both looked back at him and shushed him. Han Fei nodded, indicating that he wouldn't say or do anything. In midair, the twisting force around Du Jianglu became greater and greater. In the naked eye, his body had been twisted into plumes of smoke, which made him look like a monster. Nobody talked in the next hour, not even Wang Dashui or Bai Lu. They didn't even send a telepathic message to Han Fei. _hum_. All of a sudden, spiritual energy gathered from all directions, and spiritual spring energy dispersed on the surface of Du Jiangliu's body into the densest spiritual energy cover. The process lasted 5 minutes. In the meantime, Han Fei saw that spirit awakening fluid flowed out of the lake into Du Jiangliu's body. _bam. Noises came from the sky, as if a mysterious power was descending. The twisted void exploded, and Du Jianglu declared proudly, "I'm a law enforcer now, with a twisted domain." Everybody put on a smile when Du Jianglu became a law enforcer. However, Han Fei noticed that not many of them seemed envious. Those people who didn't live at the Empyrean waterfall, on the other hand, all congratulated him. Someone crossed their hands. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Someone laughed. "Brother Du, congratulations." Someone congratulated him and then left quietly. Ning Jingyao, a local of the Empyrean waterfall, roared, "Old Du, why is the law you possess so weird?" Wu Ming said thoughtfully, "I feel like you can block my sword." Yu Shire muttered, "You're so awesome. I envy you." Li Luoluo begged, "Old Du, show it to us. What's the use of the twisted domain?" However, Du Jianglu looked at Han Fei across everybody else. Han Fei is back. I couldn't have become a law enforcer so easily without Han Fei or his brother. Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. When everybody looked at him, he said, "Wait. Why me? Again? I haven't been around for days." Everybody else looked at Han Fei weirdly too, and Ning Jingyao said, "Old Du, don't try to fool me. He only just came back. Why is your breakthrough related to him?" Yu Yi suggested. Zhang Xuanyu's move was quite interesting. "I believe your breakthrough had more to do with that, right?" Du Jianglu said, "No, it was the earthquake that Han Fei caused. I was training in seclusion and understanding Zhang Xuanyu's momentary time when the earthquake happened and shook my body. Then, I realized that the way to deal with the momentary time is twisting. Similar to Wu Ming's sword domain, I can control the space within a 1-meter radius. You can't kill me or even hit me without breaking the twisted domain. You can do that?" Everybody looked at Han Fei again, who was still dumbfounded. Someone became a law enforcer because of the earthquake he caused? Seeing the passion in Du Jiangliu's eyes, Han Fei quickly said, "Old Du, don't look at me like that. I'm not gay." Du Jianglu? Everyone? Du Jianglu roared, "Come on, Han Fei, hit me as fast as possible." Han Fei was rather interested. Twisted domain? It was a chance for him to find out how strong a law enforcer was. Wu Ming said, "You should have invited me to fight you. Han Fei isn't as fast as me." Han Fei said angrily, "Nonsense, I'm very fast." Then, Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings and activated the Overlord's technique. He swooshed into a streak of light and left 2 long trails in the Sky. Wang Dashui smacked his lips. My junior brother is very fast. Bai Lu also nodded. Yes. The phantom glass wings, plus a secret technique. He's truly fast. Even Wu Ming was also dazed for a moment. Han Fei had never shown that kind of speed earlier. _schwa_. A trail emerged in the sky, like a line on a piece of paper. The trail passed through the twisted domain. Then, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that Jianglu deformed his body and moved his belly half a meter away, dodging his attack easily. Come again. _swish_. Han Fei moved quickly in the sky, and almost 8 blurry shadows appeared everywhere around Du Jianglu. He flashed, and all the blurry shadows slashed at the same time. He believed that his opponent had to have a body to strike, however twisted it was. However, what astounded Han Fei was that Du Jianglu completely transformed. His head was twisted to his hands, and his elbows reached his toes. He looked like a fish skin. All the 8 attacks missed their target. Han Fei was quite dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Du Jianglu laughed. What else have you got? Bring it out. Han Fei flew around Du Jianglu like a wind. Suddenly, Han Fei extended his hand into the void, and a dragon roared. 9 Mansions Dragon Seal. A giant seal emerged in the sky like a giant rock. In fact, Han Fei secretly turned his hand upside down and applied the gravity domain. _bam_. Du Jiangliu's twisted face was filled with disdain at first. But then, he was smashed into the lake in the next second. Han Fei chuckled and flew back to whatever was left of his house. He remarked, casually, in order to break old Du's twisted domain, all you need to do is to launch an area attack so that there would be no place for him to twist. In fact, the twisted domain didn't transform the body but changed the space around it. It was just like space and time were warped around the sun. Of course, Du Jiangliu's twisted domain was changing all the time. So, the normal attacks would miss the target even if they were aimed at him. Han Fei's gravity control froze part of Du Jiangliu's domain, and his attack fully covered that part, which was why he hit the target. Everybody saw what happened. Wu Ming nodded thoughtfully. True. If I launch 10,000 swords, I don't think old Du could dodge them. Ning Jingyao also nodded. Well, I have an area battle technique too. Li Luoluo thought and said, can he dodge my vines and grasses? Pooh. Du Jianglu rose from the lake awkwardly. Well, Han Fei, where was that gravity technique from? Han Fei shrugged. It's the seal technique that I practice. Du Jianglu was quite grim. Why are you capable of anything? Who would learn so many battle techniques? On the other hand, he said, your swords won't work. I can dodge all of them. Wu Ming extended his fingers, launching a storm of sword auras towards Du Jianglu. However, Du Jianglu didn't move at all. Wu Ming's sword auras were twisted in the weird domain and brushed past him without hitting him at all. It was not until this moment that everybody realized what was going on. Nangong Xian remarked, this technique is not bad. Few physical attacks can hit you. However, Han Fei's seal technique can unleash invisible gravity, which counters your technique. Du Jianglu nodded helplessly. Someone had found a flaw in his technique after he had just become a law enforcer? He felt more or less sad. As for Han Fei, he discovered something from the battle too. The law enforcer could only master limited laws. For example, Du Jianglu could twist the space within a 1-meter radius, but that was the entire area under his control. He couldn't twist the forces such as gravity. Similarly, Jiuyin Ling could seal the power of opponents of lower levels easily, but faced with opponents of her level, she could only seal part of their power. When faced with experts, she might not be able to seal them at all. Having gained more understanding of law enforcers, Han Fei became more confident. He'd be lying if he said that he didn't envy Du Jianglu, who was almost invulnerable to physical attacks with his new technique. Wasn't that great? Of course, Han Fei had his own laws, and they weren't weak at all. At least, they were much larger than Du Jianglu's 1-meter range. The law enforcers weren't as impressive as he thought. Essentially, they all had a special battle technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Ming, who already had a 300-meter sword domain. What would happen after he became a law enforcer? Everybody finally dispersed at this moment. Yu Yi looked at Han Fei and asked, "Are you going to rebuild your house? Do you want to decorate it with flowers? I bought a new flower from the market yesterday. It's quite beautiful." Well, Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Okay, just wait for me to build my house first." On the other hand, Li Luoluo, whose hair had turned blue at some point, emerged next to Han Fei and looked at him. "I think we should have a fight, too. You might help me become a law enforcer." Han Fei was amused. How can it be so simple? It was just a coincidence. Li Luoluo snorted. "I'm just saying." "Okay, I'm leaving. I don't want to help. You rebuild your house." Wu Ming, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei and said, "I feel like you came for me." Han Fei thought, "Your feeling is right, underscore." He said, "Oh. It's no big deal. I've practiced a sword technique recently. Should we practice tomorrow?" Pooh. Cough, cough. Those who hadn't left yet all looked at Han Fei speechlessly. "Why are you practicing sword techniques again?" Wu Ming was also stunned for a moment. "How many days have you practiced?" Han Fei chuckled. "A number of days." Wu Ming. Wu Ming was silent for a moment. "Fine then. However, Han Fei, the more battle techniques you have, the more messed up they tend to be and the harder it will be for you to find your path. You'll have to abandon a lot of things when you become a law enforcer." Han Fei grinned. I know what I'm doing." After everybody left, Wang Dashui said, "Junior brother, Wu Ming is right. You're already a hidden fisher. You need to start considering your path as a law enforcer." Han Fei asked, curiously, "Senior brother, what's your path?" Wang Dashui said with an innocent smile, "Unparalleled." Well. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Why not invincible?" Bai Lu snorted. "He wants to be invincible, but he isn't capable of that. I'm working on the same path." "Right, junior brother, why don't you come for lunch?" Han Fei hurriedly managed a smile. "No, thanks. I have to clean up the mess here and build a house." Bai Lu didn't insist. She nodded and said, "Let your senior brother help you." Wang Dashui smiled innocently. "Okay." Han Fei felt like Wang Dashui was quite happy to work here. He shouted, "Ching Chen, Ching Chen." All of a sudden, someone landed from the sky like a big bird on the ruins of Han Fei's home. Ching Chen chuckled. "What's up?" Han Fei gave him a smirk. I need you to help with the reconstruction. Free. Food. Are you in or not? Yes, of course.